Yeah, he should be landing about
On Delta.
I hope not. Yeah. All right, everyone. Welcome to the board retreat, which is a very special meeting of the New Albany Plain Local Board of Education. It is August the 9th, and I'd like to welcome everyone who's here in the room and also those who are brave enough to watch from home as well. We really appreciate your interest and your support. So with that being said, could I request that we call the meeting to order, please?
Mr. McClelland is absent. Mr. Newmoff?
Here.
Ms. Kalinowski? Here. Mr. Darrow?
Here.
President Kohler?
Here. So we now, I think, would, I'm just thinking here, I'm looking at the agenda, that's why I sound like I'm a little bit confused. I'm going to skip the welcome and introductions until we get past item number 3, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'll ask everyone to please rise and join us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, wonderful. So before we actually approve the agenda for today's work, I'd like to take a moment and introduce Dr. Wade Lucas. Dr. Lucas is the past superintendent at Olentangy Local Schools and has served in many other districts as well, and has also served as a consultant to other boards of education and school districts. I think we are very lucky to have Dr. Lucas with us today because he has a wealth of experience in a fast-growing district with very high expectations. And so I think that what we are striving to achieve here in New Albany will be very relatable to you, Wade, and I look forward to you helping us through with this process.
Thank you.
So also, just so that you know each of us, you and I have had the chance to meet briefly before, but I'm going to start with Paul. And Paul, will you just provide just a little bit of background about your time in the district and your children and maybe what motivated you to run for the board?
Sure. Well, nice to meet you a little bit earlier,
Yes.
Wade. Paul Newmoff. I've lived here in New Albany since 2007. Tell everybody I meet, I'm one of 11 kids in my family. So my mother was on a school board a long, long time ago. She was probably the original reason I ever ran for school board. But long and short of it is really just interested in driving the district forward. Want to make these the best possible academic outcomes that we can for each of the students of the district and in a sustainable way. So I have 4 children in the district, incoming 5th grader, a daughter, twins in 3rd grade, boy-girl twins, and a preschooler. So I'm going to be here for a while, and I've just joined the board here in January. So thanks for
You're very busy.
a couple of things going on. Yeah. If the phone starts ringing, I'm doing a day job. Yeah.
Yes.
Am I up?
You're up, Debbie.
Debbie Kalinowski. This is my 2nd year on the board. I was originally assigned to the position because Natalie Matt vacated her spot when she moved. So I interviewed for the position, and then last year I ran for the position. So I'm finishing now 2 more year term to finish Natalie's seat. And I've got one going into 6th grade and one going into 9th grade. So big transitions years for both of the kids. And originally, when I applied for the position to be on the board, I felt like my background was uniquely suited for a position on the board. I have a master's degree in organizational psychology, and I've worked for over 15 years in human resources, and was a generalist, so employee relations, staffing, organizational development. So I just felt like it was a great link and a really good way to give back, since I was a stay-at-home mom and kind of anxious to use my skills again.
Very good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil Darrow, lived in New Albany since '96. I moved here with my wife, got married, built a house, got a promotion, and moved to New Albany. So all in a year's span. So that was fun.
It was a good year.
It was a great year. Every year after that's been great too. I have a 17-year-old daughter. I've been involved with the district for about 5 years. I have served on the Financial Review and Reporting Committee since its inception. So I'm familiar with the ins and outs of the district, at least from a financial point of view.
Right.
I'm the CEO of a pretty good sized industrial distribution company based here in Columbus. We have 675 employees in 12 states and 24 locations. So I have a little bit of experience with organizational development and leadership challenges. I also served on the New Albany Community Task Force for the schools to help identify and create a sustainable model for financing of the district.
Right.
And after that, decided that I should probably stop talking and start doing as it relates to the district. And that meant running for school board to be in a position to implement some of those policies and make a difference. I think public education is really important. I think it matters a lot.
Right.
I come from a family of educated people who put a lot of emphasis on education, and it matters. It matters to the community.
So you've been on the board how long, Phil?
I've been on the board since January.
Okay, since January. Good, thank you.
And I'm sort of the senior member of the crew, both in terms of chronological age and service on the board. I'm in the third year of my second term here on the board.
Okay.
And previous to that, back in my past, I also served on Worthington's Board of Education. And my other relevant experience, I think, is that I worked for the Ohio School Board Association for a couple of years, consulting with boards of education throughout the state of Ohio. So my reason for running for this board in the first place is exactly the same as Paul's, in that I really wanted to drive change and drive achievement. And I think that the other equally important personal mission I have is to represent the students of the district. So in addition to academic achievement, I am very, very interested in ensuring that we provide an environment so that our kids are happy and healthy as well as high achieving. So
education of the whole child, as they say.
yes, yeah, that's extremely important to me.
Okay. Michael and Becky, would I put you both on the spot if I said the same to you as reason you're at New Albany? I mean, I know what you do. You're the superintendent and the treasurer. Would it be too much putting you on the spot? Or are you okay with it?
No. Yes.
I know it makes Becky uncomfortable because I've worked with Becky before. Go ahead. Which one of you?
I am in New Albany because when I first talked with the board and then April at the time, I was really excited about what they were doing academically.
Right.
So that's why that's why I'm in New Albany.
I remember this clearly, by the way. I was the superintendent at that time. So
She left too.
I know she did.
Without a second thought.
Yeah.
Nice.
Things haven't, as you can tell, things haven't changed. Michael,
when I left the department, I was in search of a high-achieving, quality school district where community and families believe in kids and ultimately do what's in the best interest of kids every single day. So I, in the marketplace, discovered this place called New Albany. Got a few phone calls asking me if I would be interested, and I chose to pursue it after I did my research to find out what the community had to offer.
Very good. All right. Thank you both. And thank you all, by the way. Did someone say John was going to be late?
will.
Is he attending?
He is flying in from Washington.
Oh, okay.
So I think his plane left at 12:45 or something.
He's probably
12:15.
en route
He's
to drive.
probably on his way.
Okay.
So now that we've all introduced each other, let's see if we can't, oh, you know what? We can approve the agenda once we walk through it. Okay, so Wade, why don't you just take it from
Do you
here?
want a motion and a second?
Let's do that. We have a
So
motion,
moved.
please, to approve the agenda, and a second.
Second.
Thank you.
We also have an amendment
Yes.
addendum, so, okay, go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you all for allowing me to share some of my experiences with you. I do want to give you a little bit of my background, but I don't want to, make it seem like this is the Wade Lucas show by no means, because my goal here is to come and work with you, alongside of you, to be an effective leadership team. I don't say effective school board, I say effective leadership team, because I am a true believer that everyone sitting at this table has a pure interest and passion. And that's the reason that I'd asked Laura, tell us why you ran for the board, or I asked these two why you were here. You have a pure interest and passion for New Albany kids, New Albany schools, New Albany community, and you are the representatives. So I want to say a little bit about me. When I hear you say background experience, I did come from Olentangy, and I spent 7 years as a superintendent there. And it's one thing about what I would say the outer ring of Columbus is the fact that if you're shy about making news or shy about being in the spotlight, you're in the wrong spot. I think we all know that. So I've had a lot of experiences with a lot of different board members, different types of board members, different treasurers, different administrative teams. And my hope would be I can be that neutral facilitator that don't be afraid to ask me a question at any time. I've served in Green schools for 2 years. That's up near Akron. I've served in Coshocton City for 20 years. So I've been small, I've been medium, which, the Green was 4,500, about the size of New Albany. And I've been in Olentangy, which is 20,000 now. And when I got there, it was 13. So when you talk about managing growth, we were going at 1,000 students a year. So in 2 years, we had grown the average size of the average size school district in the state of Ohio. So we were adding a new school district to our roles in our community every 2 years. And that brings about a lot of change and a lot of growing pains. We talked a little bit about from an expertise standpoint. I know many people ask me as a superintendent. I still remember when I would go around to buildings on the first day of school, the question I always received: what do you do? What does a superintendent do? In the minds and eyes of kids, it's always good to see that innocence, because it's like, I know you, but what do you do? And I've often asked myself, what do I do? I run the schools. I'm responsible for everything that takes place in the schools. But I guess when you really think about it, and since I've retired, and I've been retired for 1 year, I guess I take more of a systems approach to an organization. And when I say systems approach, I mean there's no specific way of running a successful organization, and the only way you know that you've done it are by the results. Now, New Albany is extremely similar to Olentangy in that regard when we talk about results. I think the expectations are very high. It's obvious that the results are very good because I think you're going through the same thing we did in Olentangy when you ask your residents, why'd you move here? I would say most of them will say, we moved here because of the schools. I know that's what we got in Olentangy. And of course, people move because they get moved because of jobs and relocations, things like that. But at the bottom line, if you have kids, the first question you ask when you move is, where do you move? And I can say this again from experience. We knew in Olentangy who we were competing against. And I don't say compete in a bad way. The realtors would tell you. They'd say, okay, you're going to look at Olentangy, you're going to look at New Albany, you're going to look at Dublin. That's not taking anything away from anybody else. Those were facts. So that's the expertise piece. I'm not going to harp on that because we're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about this entire organization. Lessons learned, changes, and how I can help you. I'm just going to say this pretty simple. I'm a pretty simple person. One thing that I deal in is transparency. One thing I deal in is communication. And one thing that I deal in is the fact that we must all work together to be effective as a group. And if you've been in the area in the past 7 years, you know that we had our challenges at the board level in Olentangy. There's no question about that. But I do believe as we worked through those challenges, we learned one thing, that everybody had a say, everybody had an opinion, and everybody's opinion counted. So if we took one lesson out of this whole piece, I hope we can say everyone participates, no one dominates. That's plain and simple. Everyone participates. You were all elected by a constituency that believes in what you do. And they are looking for you to be their representative at this table. And along with that, they're looking for you to work with the leadership team in regard to how can we make the experiences of every child who walks through the door a positive experience. How can we do that? Now, some of you may say we measure that on achievement. Some of you may say we measure that just on surveys by asking parents, what do you think? Some of you may say we look at report cards. Some of you may say we look at from a mental health / social issue. Whatever that may be, those are all measurements that you use to measure your success. And I can again tell you, people come here because it's good. But as we both, I think all of us know, we can always get better. If I were to say anything about, and I'm just kind of going down this facilitator's role, changes, I think I've already mentioned this, transparency, communication. I think the one thing that we harped on a lot in Olentangy and Green and Coshocton is the fact that every day, everybody in this room, not just the people at this table, everybody in this room has the opportunity to sell New Albany schools. Every day you have the opportunity. It's your choice how you're going to sell it. We can't make that choice for you. But I would guarantee you every day, and you already know this, you're in a conversation with people, how's it, that's the old key question, how's it going? You have the opportunity to say, sell it in a positive way. You have the opportunity to sell it in a negative way. And I can't make any decision for anybody in that regard, but I've been in education for 32 years, and I can go down through the board members that go sell it in a negative way and how they ended up throughout their board tenure and how it all, if they really got anything done. And I can think about the positive ways. Not to say, by the way, positive and sugarcoating are two different things. So I'm not saying that we just make things up. And last but not least, how can I help? And my hope is, as Laura's already said, I hope you can draw upon my experiences. I'm sitting at this table to kind of be the outside perspective So I'm asking that you not be afraid to be honest with me, because I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I'm going to ask that you focus on our commonalities and not our differences. And I'm going to ask that you at any time stop me and say, could you clarify what exactly you meant by that statement? So that's kind of where I am. By the way, this retreat is not going to be touchy-feely. We all, get around in a circle and say how wonderful we are. My hope would be that this retreat, we really get to the heart of the matter and move an organization forward. And by the way, again, I'll put a disclaimer on that. I don't say that to say you're moving backwards. I say that because that's what I say to any organization. Let's move forward. So with that said, I'm going to ask John to do what all of you did, because I'm making little notes, and those are only notes that I can reference back to. I wanted you to know I wasn't making cheat notes or anything like that. If you would, John, introduce yourself, tell me a little bit about yourself, and tell me why you ran for school board.
Sure. My name is John McClelland, and I've been a resident of the district for, close to 20 years. You want professional background and everything, or?
So, well, yeah, I mean.
Well, I was late here today. I'm involved in government and politics, and have been doing that for quite some time as well. And was delayed here today because I was in DC this morning. All good stuff. So I appreciate everybody's patience with me there. But I have 3 children who are in the district. I have a incoming 7th grader, 5th grader, and 4th grader. Wow. And obviously that education is a important thing to my family. I think it's important to this community. There's a reason that the buildings that we're sitting in are centered in our community. I think there's an expectation among the people who live here that we are a lifelong learning community, just like we're a healthy New Albany, just like we're, lots of other little catchphrases. We are also a lifelong learning community. And so I believe that. I believe that education is the great equalizer. Doesn't matter what your background is, where you come from. If you get a good education, you have an opportunity. And that's what I wanted for my kids when we moved to this district before they were even born. And I think that's a reason a lot of people move here. And so it was important to me as someone who wants to be involved civically, as someone who has children who live here and cares very much about their future and their friends' future and all of our kids' future, that you step up to the plate and offer your services. And that's what I did. So excited to continue to keep working. We've been through a lot the last couple of years, but we're coming out the other side better for it, I think. And I think we've got great leadership in this district. We have a committed board. We have committed teachers. We have committed parents. And so I am very hopeful and excited about our future.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, one last thing I want you to think about, and before I get into the rest of this agenda, does anyone have any questions so far? Okay, I'm going to go around the table and do we need to take a
We need to approve the
Oh,
agenda.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was,
Yeah, see if there are any additions to the agenda. You actually have it on here, Laura. Item 8.
Right.
Don't need to add it.
Well, that's the state. Yeah, no, that's true. It's there. Yep.
I'm good.
All right. Very good. Very good. Anybody else have any additions or
We do have an
You do have
addendum.
an addendum?
In your folders, I presented with an addendum agenda. We have a few personnel action items that I would recommend that we approve since you're convened for a special meeting. Given the recent resignations of a few staff members within the school district, the need to replace them prior to the start of the school year. So technically, we could hold them till August 22nd, but given the role of a couple individuals and what their replacement is going to do for the school district, I believe it's better to be on record that they're official before the kids' first day of school on the 18th.
Good. Well, then, could we have a roll call vote to approve the agenda, please?
Ms. Kalinowski?
Yes.
Mr. Darrow?
Yes.
Mr. Newmaw?
Yes.
Mr. McClellan?
Yes.
President Kohler?
Yes. So our agenda is approved, and we'll turn it back over to you, Wade.
I kind of got the cart before the horse. I apologize for that. Usually Becky would have put me in my place and said, wait, we have a vote. But I had one other thing. Here's what I want you to think about. One word.
She hasn't changed.
She hasn't changed. That's good to hear. Bill. That's good to hear. One word. The biggest challenge the school district has. One word. Who wants to start, and we'll take it from there. Volunteers to start. If you don't volunteer, I'll have to assign you. Bill?
Accountability.
Accountability. All right, we'll just come right around this way, Laura.
Really just one word?
Really?
Yeah, that was tough.
I'm not good at that.
One challenge, correct?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. The challenge.
One challenge. Expectations.
Okay.
Outcomes.
Outcomes.
Trust.
Trust.
Does it have to be different?
No, it does not have to be different.
Well, it's probably the accountability outcomes. I was going to say excellence.
Okay. Excellence.
I was going to try to make a sentence out of all of them.
Paul?
Outcomes.
Outcomes. Debbie?
Standards.
Standards. Okay. And again, I think as I stated, I'm sometimes going to reference back to some of the things and some of the activities that we will do, we're going to put on paper because we want to be able to reference back. So as you see me making notes, please don't get nervous or anything like that. I just, it kind of is there to jog my memory. So we have done the member introductions, and we've done a little bit about the lessons learned. Now we want to get to the retreat expectations. And as you can see, there are 4 questions. I'm just about to give you a sheet of paper to write the answers to the, what are your expectations? What does the New Albany School District do well? What can we improve upon? And tell me what does the qualities, or what are the qualities of a great leadership team? Now, before I start down that road, I want you to know and understand where I'm coming from. As I told you, I've been in Olentangy, I've been in Greene, I have been in Coshocton. Now I'm at Meta Solutions, which, presents its tremendous amounts of challenges. But every one of those organizations that I have found, I kind of went in with the same question or questions. What do we do well? What do we need to improve upon? What are you looking for out of a CEO or a leadership team? And obviously what I have found is down throughout that process, most of the individuals that are inside the organization have a pretty good grasp of what's going on. So what I'm going to ask you to do now is, as I hand you, instead, I was thinking I was going to write these down, but instead I would rather you write them down at your seat, and then we will put them up and reference them as we go along. Okay? Questions on that? And if we ever need to move to a place where we can see this better, do you guys have an issue with getting up and moving, or do we have to be standing by the camera?
We have to be recorded.
Oh, we have to be recorded, okay. So I may put those back there. There. I should have brought my trusty assistant and we could start. Now, forgive the fact that it's a huge sheet of paper, but I want this to be able to post this.
Thank you. I can,
And we can reference back. Like in school days, right? And I have markers here I will get for you here. You're good, huh? That's the last one. Perfect. So this one here.
I can get out of it.
Okay, so again, the questions.
So you want us to list all 4 answers
I want, yeah,
separately?
what are the expectations for this retreat? And I want you to try to fit all 4 on one sheet, and then we're going to post these, and then we're going to discuss them. Okay? What are your expectations? What does the New Albany and local schools do well? What can we do to improve upon? And what are the qualities of a great leadership team? And of course, you know, there are no right or wrong answers here. This is not. And once we put those up on the wall, I'm going to ask each one of you to go through individually one at a time and kind of talk a little bit about what you said and why you said it.
There's a training session going on upstairs. So if you hear screaming or yelling, it's the Alice training for the police department. So don't panic.
It's the what training?
Alice, the lockdown drill procedures for police.
I noticed that when I got here, the door was locked and I was coming inside and it said, police tape, do not enter.
A little worried.
Yeah, so I knew you were into the Alice training piece.
What? Look over there.
John is on the table.
He said it's leaking.
It's leaking all over the place. I'm not even writing that much. Some of you are writing books.
That's okay.
Like I'm in third grade.
Didn't want to say anything.
Thank you. I will need.
That's going to look pretty in here. like pink. You can go on the pink.
I didn't.
Have fun. Thank you.
I think pink is my color.
You left or right?
Right. There's only nothing else wet.
Look at this. I don't.
I even gave you a different marker.
I know.
These were pretty wet markers.
Maybe.
She's coming around.
Open that room. Lots of things that New Albany does and stuff, so. Representatives.
Each one gets up to explain what they really add to what's not there.
Okay.
Are you done making?
You get this one? The sticky back, it collects everything on that tail.
You might not want to touch it.
I got that.
Thank you.
One more. What's your favorite?
Man, a few words.
Messy man.
His marker must have.
I'm telling you.
There's refreshments and snacks behind that curtain if you're
Would
welcome.
anyone else like a bottle of
Behind
water?
curtain number one.
On curtain number one.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you?
There's water back there.
Pretty bad.
Bad marker.
Did we think? You do that on purpose? Laura said.
Yeah, that's punishment for showing up late.
That's right. Oh, you're only 20 minutes late. We got started.
Oh, good. Because I was, we actually got in early, so I was pleased. I thought,
It actually went well, you know, the stars aligned for you.
they did, because
Doesn't always
flying out
happen.
of DC is not always an on-time deal, so.
I take it you didn't take Delta.
No, I did not. Although I do have Delta next week, so,
Do you?
yes.
Hopefully they'll-
Sure they have their
Up and
computers running.
They
I'm
should be up
hopeful.
and
By
going.
now.
Absolutely.
They probably cleared the backlog by the end of the day.
Oh, did
Thank you.
Patrick got stuck in Chicago because the same thing happened to South
American Airlines.
The computers.
He's out of Dallas Fort Worth.
Mother hugs.
Oh, yeah.
I fly for myself,
Thanks, Laura.
so I know.
Oh, do you?
I'm not sure I said thank you. I was focused. My head was in my text.
I want to tell you, he's my older brother. And I used to ride in a car with him. I'm not sure I'd get on a plane with him. All right, well, man, you have to get this picture, right? Debbie?
She gets the neatest
Last, you
handwriting
get to
award.
go first. And if you would, I want you to
Yikes.
go down through those expectations.
An
and-
HR
and
person.
Also, you don't have to read them word for word, just kind of give an explanation of what are the expectations, what do we do? Well, would you, I guess we should rather, no, let's just go through each one and then we will kind of try to get this commonality. By the way, I may, ask for some clarification.
Okay.
As you may also. So, are you ready?
I am.
Go right for it.
My eyes are not good. I'm gonna have to get closer. So my hopes or expectations are that we can overall determine how we can best support Michael to ensure his success. Determine what our critical priorities are as a board. Define the most effective ways to operate as a board, and again, to support Michael, ensure his success, which would ensure the district's success. What NAPLS does well, I put really broad things. I think we have a great team of teachers, staff, administrators. I feel like people come to work passionate, committed, and I hear a consistent theme from people that they really do put the kids above all else when they come to work. So I'm really proud of that. I think the leadership team has a strong continuous improvement mindset, and I think that's critical right now. I also feel like we have a school community that is really proud of what we do every day and what we deliver to kids every day, and I think we can really build on that because I think there is a desire by everyone involved for us to be the best. What can we improve on? I said the word standards. I feel like one of our gaps right now is that we're inconsistent across grades on the curriculum we're delivering, and not only what we deliver, how we deliver it. So I feel like we really need to, as a priority, focus on that, and then figure out how to ensure that those standards are being met and hold people accountable to the standards.
Can I ask a question there? You said what and how. Could you say more about the how piece? So
Okay.
not only what we deliver, but how we deliver it. What would you?
Well, I don't think, every teacher needs to deliver the curriculum the exact same way. I love that teachers get creative and they have their own ideas about, the best way to ensure kids learn a certain piece of curriculum. But I guess it just can't be optional what the curriculum is. So it probably is much more the what than the how. Another area in the class sizes becoming bigger with the failure of the levy, I personally feel like we're struggling to ensure we meet every child's needs now. I think it's hard when you have 20 in a class or 25 in a class, but when you get up over 30, that's a real challenge for teachers to figure out, am I meeting every child's needs today? So how can we help them and continue to work on that effort? That last one was to develop clear, achievable goals that every employee in the district can understand and somehow translate into, this is how I relate to it personally. I think we created kind of a vision statement for Michael. I think that we need to all ensure we're marching in the same direction. And the way we used to do it in P&G is it's set at the top, and then you define it all the way down to the person working in the cafeteria. What does it mean to me? And I think we need that kind of link back to you.
Can I clarify here, develop clear achievable goals that?
Every employee.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're talking across the board.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And then qualities of a great team. We listen to each other and value each other's input. We're able to reach decisions even though we may have diverse opinions. We align on specific goals and define clear outcomes and accountability for those goals. Who's next?
Very good. Does anyone, any questions from anyone in regard to any or all of those? Any clarifications? Are we good? Okay, so I'm going to take that one down and put it. What I basically want to be able to do is compare and contrast. So, John, I think you're next, right?
Yeah. So a lot of what Debbie just said is, it's not the same thing I wrote there. The good thing is I didn't write very many words.
You're a man of few words.
That's why we allow you to explain it.
Yeah. Unity, and by that I mean, Debbie's right. We're going. There are 7 people, well, 8 with you sitting at this table. We're all going to have different opinions.
That's correct.
But I do think that walking out of here today, there should be a sense of unity in where we're going from here.
Yes.
As a board. And so to me, that's what I want to walk away. And then direction. We need to make sure that walking out of here, Michael knows exactly where he needs to be going, and that he has our support in doing so. Strengths. Look, I think we are fortunate as a community to have all of the foundations, I think, in place to improve. We have the leadership team we want. We have a staff that I do believe is serious about coming to do their job. And we have a community that I believe values education, not just parents. I think we have a community that values it. And that goes to one of the areas of improvement. And I know it's something we've worked on, but I still think that as a district, we have to find a way to get the community to be engaged and interested and active in supporting these schools, not just the parents, not just, a little side group here or side group there. The community as a whole needs to embrace these kids and this district and its leadership and its teachers. And now, with that comes expectations. And that's where the educational outcome piece comes in. Debbie's right. I'm not sure that we are ensuring that every child's need is met every day. And some of that could be, it can be blamed on a number of things. You can blame it on the levy. You can blame it on, curriculum. You can blame it on individual classroom issues, number of things. We can make lots of excuses, but at the end of the day, there's still expectations. And I think that's an area where we need to be supportive and provide direction, but ultimately rely on our educational experts to make sure that the goals that are set, the overarching goals that are set, are attained to the best that they know how to have it done. I have unity on there for the third time, so you can get the theme.
Yeah. Yes.
The best teams are unified, whether it's a Board of Education or the Ohio State Buckeyes or whoever. If you're not everybody playing your role and working together hand in hand to get to where you need to be, your odds of failure increase exponentially. So I think, again, a great team is a unified team. And so, again, it's one of the reasons why I want to come out of here unified. You got to be goal-oriented. I don't think that it's our job to micromanage Michael and Becky. It is our job, though, to set the big picture and tell them where we want to go and provide guardrails if needed, but give them the freedom and flexibility to get us there. And a great team or a great leader is inspiring, and they can inspire in a number of different ways. But I think, when you look at some of the areas of improvement, I mean, the community outreach piece is one. We as a board need to take the lead in going out and encouraging community involvement, encouraging our teachers, encouraging our leadership team, encouraging our students to help us get where we are trying to go. So we need to be better at communicating what it is we're trying to do, and then inspiring people to help us get there. So there you go.
Very good. Very good. Anyone have any questions, comments, clarification issues? Excellent. And I think John's already pointed out unity. I see that word starting to pop up already, and maybe it will continue, maybe it won't. We shall see. Next we have, who do we have next? I think that's Paul.
That's me. It's written. Written in code.
That's okay, that's why we allow you to explain it.
Read that from over there.
No, it is actually part of my strategy. I can change my decision. No,
Marker's hard. We're sorry.
I agree with everything John and Debbie have laid out there on all those points. I guess I would just start with the expectations for today. I think it's well-timed and planned to be today. Michael had a 100-day plan, and while it may not be 100 days into his tenure, he's been working on it for at least 100 days. So, coming out of this session with the next set of plans over the next 12 months about what is this board going to do in working with Michael and the leadership team to move the district forward. So I wrote align with leadership around strategy over the next 12 months to achieve the statement of purpose. Everything that we agreed on in January at our last retreat. I think that the 100-day plan aligns around that, and the more unity we can have around our objectives over the next 12 months, the better the chance we have to achieve them. So in terms of strengths, I a little bit of a run-on sentence here. I said NAPLS schools are good in many, many respects, and we all know that, and we're proud of that as a community, but this community has tremendously high standards, tremendously high, looking at John's word here, relative to educational outcomes, looking for that. So what are our strengths? We have very, very good schools, but we want to achieve the best academic and developmental outcomes for our students. We live in a community that wants to be the #1 community in America, as measured by Business Insider and many other respects. So we want to be the best public and private school in Ohio at a minimum. I mean, that's just the nature of this community. So I say all that because when we start talking about strengths, and I write good, that's not meant to be dismissive of all the progress we have at these schools over the years and the current status. And I absolutely agree with Debbie relative to the leadership team taking us forward. So,
by the way,
yeah.
Is that a specific goal as far as being the #1 community according to the?
Is that this board has not, I don't think we have unity of purpose around that, but
That's
This is
more.
my paper.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
All right. So, so how do we measure great schools? Is it academic outcomes? Is it financial sustainability? Is it the community's confidence? Is it a culture among our teaching community where they feel empowered, pride, and ability to come to work every day and do the best and feel like that's supported and that they've got the opportunity to make a difference? Is it measured by again, I think that's part of this discussion of if we are measuring ourselves around achieving the best academic developmental outcomes, what does that mean and what standards are we holding ourselves to? So how can we, areas of improvement? Again, I rephrase these in terms of academic standards. We have very good academic standards there. Could they be better? Yes, potentially. Culture within our faculty to make this the employer of choice when people are looking around, when I've learned over the last year that this is sort of like the NBA free agency here in July and August, where people are moving around. How does New Albany become that #1 New Albany employer of choice? The confidence in our community. Becky mentioned that as her word earlier, both financially in our sustainability as a district and also in our academics. And academics, athletics, it goes into to the whole child. But so that when those realtors are talking, they're coming to New Albany and Central Ohio. And when somebody moves into the community, they're not looking to go elsewhere. They want to stay at New Albany. And then I go back to the improvement culture of all for one. We talk about John's word unity, community, not just parents, but community, but certainly the parents, the students, they're here, they've got to be here, right? But our teachers, our administration, our Board of Education, that culture, when that is aligned in unity and we have it aligned around the common goals, we'll get where we need to be. So let's see, areas of, what am I on? Qualities.
Yes, can I
Yeah.
clarify here?
Sure.
You say, culture all for one.
Yeah.
Who's the one?
The one is the alignment behind all for one purpose,
Okay.
all for achieving the same objective. And again, that's a tall order because stakeholders are sometimes at crosshairs, but
Right.
we need to work toward that.
Okay.
All right. Great teams aligned behind a mission. So I go purpose, mission, statement of purpose, the things we're going to talk about over the next, want to achieve over the next 12 months. To me, you've got to start with, for the Ohio State Buckeyes, of course, we want to win the game. We know that's the mission. We've all bought into the playbook. So today, to me, feels like we're working on the playbook. What does the next 12 months look like, and how do we give support to our team leader, our superintendent here today? Teams comprised of all stakeholders. To me, again, going back to my earlier comment about all those stakeholders that need to be involved. So let's talk as a board and as a leadership team, but ultimately it's going to take the stakeholders, those community members, those parents, those faculty members, and the administration to be aligned behind it, all the way down to the janitors, as not down to, but as a part of the team. All right, transparent communication. Communication, I wrote that at the bottom again and just combined it with transparent communication. It creates so much within a board climate. If we're not communicating, things get mistaken within any organization. So, all right, using each of the team members' strengths. We've all got different strengths. We bring different things to the table. We've got to look to each other's strengths and maximize those. Everyone knows how they can contribute throughout the district, throughout the board, throughout any team. If you know how you can contribute, you can do a better job.
Does everyone know?
On a high performer, are you talking about this board? Or are you talking about
As a community or team?
I don't know that everybody. No, I don't. I think we can do if we lay out the objectives that we're trying to accomplish today. I think part of our task would be to look at that and say, okay, who needs to help contribute to getting that done, and ask them to be a part of the solution. Divide and conquer those tasks required. Again, this is a team. It's all 11, all 5, whatever your numbers are. Divide and conquer, and then again, the last piece, communication. So,
Very
that's
good. Any questions? Clarifications? Anything like that?
Whose mic did I steal?
I believe this is Laura, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay.
I really don't disagree with any of the expectations I've heard from anybody else. So I think so far it seems like we are aligned. So in my mind, what I would like to see happen today is that we come to consensus. That then will help us get the work done and achieve the desired outcomes. So I think that a couple of people have said it already, but we need to make sure that we are all aligned on what the desired outcomes actually are. I think we need to be in alignment on exactly how we're going to work together to provide the support to Michael and his team and everyone else in the district so that the outcomes that the board is instrumental in defining are actually achieved. And I also think an important part of that, and it comes out as areas that I think that we can improve upon, is that I also think we need to leave this meeting understanding better how we are going to communicate with others on the team, and also with what ideas or what plan do we have in place to improve our communication to stakeholders, which is kind of an ongoing mission. Huge improvement during my time on the board, but as other people have said, there's always room for more improvement.
Sure.
I think that what New Albany does well, this district does many things well. I just chose a couple. I think we hire wonderful teachers and employees and administrators in general. I think that certainly the rift that we went through was a setback in terms of New Albany ranking as the most desirable place in the Columbus area to work, but I still think we're right up there at the top. So, and I think that it really is working in our favor because the people who work here are truly dedicated and put those kids first every single day. I think we do a really good job of working with our community partners and exploring non-traditional resources to be able to enrich the program that we offer to our kids. I think that even through the devastation of the levy loss and the rift that followed it, I think that the staff remained completely student-centered, and that is a huge compliment to the staff. And I think, the other thing that we do really well is that we know how to build beautiful buildings that are very state-of-the-art and functional and innovative, but don't cost any more than
Right.
traditional buildings. So what can we improve upon? Well, here's the common theme: academic outcomes. I really think that's the nature of the business. That's why we're here. I would agree with Paul again that even 7 years ago when I decided to run for the board, the real impetus for me was I knew we had a great staff, we had beautiful buildings, we had a community that was willing to give us tremendous resources, we have bright kids, we have parents who are 100% committed to education. But I thought that with all those things in place, we should not be a very good school district. We should be off the charts, blowing things away in terms of what we're able to do for kids. And so that's what I would like to see us become very, very purposeful about. I think in order to do that, we need to strengthen and improve the way that we engage the community, making sure that what our goals and objectives and our mission in general is aligned with community expectations so that we can find ways to really strengthen that bond. And then I think that as as a board in particular, as an administrative, as a leadership team, we need to project the fact that we are offering strong leadership. And maybe even more important to that, we need to project the fact that we are unified behind a vision for this school district. So the qualities then of a great team that can make this happen, again, it's the vision thing. We have to have a common vision. We have to have common expectations for, what we're going to be focused on, and part of that is establishing clear goals, or as my friend Phil likes to call them, clear outcomes. I think we need to be good listeners. All good teams, I think all strong teams, demonstrate respect for individual members, regardless of whether you happen to agree or disagree with their point of view. And part of that is that good teams, and what I believe that this team has found since January, and it's been an evolving process, but I think that we are in a good place now, is that there has to be a belief that everybody's there to do good, right? We just have to trust each other in that fundamental, basic tenet of why we're all here. And if you do really believe that everybody sitting around the table is here to do good and do good work, then that allows you to be tolerant of divergent points of view. And it also then allows you to reach consensus. It may not be full-fledged agreement, but I think it allows you to reach consensus for the good of the organization. So.
Let me ask this question before we move to the next person. Are most of your, thinking back since January, most of your votes, board votes, 5-0, 4-1, 3-2s, what would you say they were? That's just,
Most of them are 5-0.
5-0.
most of them are 5-0.
Mhm.
And because I will say, from my opinion, that this is very well put. I spent 7 years in Olentangy, and probably 5.5 of them were never 5-0s on anything. Probably 16 months, maybe 16 months of the 7 years was 5-0. Now, that being said, it wasn't such a bad thing. And because, when I talk to fellow superintendents, they're like, oh, geez, how can you stand that? It wasn't such a bad thing. Especially in the first few years, there were very good rationale for 4-1s, and that's okay. It's okay to agree to disagree, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So, I see this word unity and vision and academic outcomes, and that's the reason I asked that question. What's your voting like? I've lived those lives of a lot of years 4-1s, and we were effective. I mean, when we walked out of the place, now I'm not saying we sent Christmas cards to each other or anything like that, but I guarantee you we respected each other, and we respected each other's point of view, and it is okay to vote no. It's okay. That's why you're elected. So I just want to kind of interject that into that spot right there, because I do see some head nodding as each of you are going through your sheet, and I think I know you well enough, or at least I know your makeup well enough to know that even if you didn't agree, you probably wouldn't be sitting there going like that anyway, that's okay too, because I've been down those roads too, where some might get up and walk out after a while. So, and if you want to do that, by the way, you're free too.
Oh, no, you're not.
Okay.
Wait, can we talk about that a little bit?
Yes, absolutely.
So I agree with you. I think there's nothing wrong with a little bit of dissension. I also think that, but I also think though that it is important to strive for unity.
Yes.
Okay, so not to go back, and I know sports analogies are not always the best things to use, but I would guess that, you know, when Urban is sitting down with his team, talking with his coaches, talking about the plan for the week, that there is disagreement about the game plan.
Absolutely.
Probably some heated disagreements.
Yes.
Okay, but there's also a time and a place for the disagreement.
Yes.
Okay, you don't have the disagreement necessarily on the sideline or in the middle of the game. Okay, so I think what I mean by unity is not we're going to all lockstep vote 5-0 all the time, but there's still again the unity of purpose. And so we can have disagreements on exactly how that is borne out. But and if we want to have some 4-1, 3-2s, whatever, fine.
Yeah.
But I think and it's not a concern. I you know, when we started talking about this, I don't want to say, I don't think we want to give the perception that there's all kinds of disunity going on. I don't believe that's the case. But having, again, that overarching goal and agreeing to that then allows us at least to start rowing in the same direction. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were all clear, you know,
Yes. Yeah.
understanding of that.
Yes.
Having 5-0s all the time is not what we're striving for here.
Right.
And to me, true unity is being able to agree to disagree and moving on and staying effective.
Right.
Because you'll hear me say that word a lot, effective. And you can say, well, we're pretty good as a leadership team. Are you effective? And are you effective as a leadership team? And are you effective as an individual? Because that will all come out on what types of initiatives you move forward. You can think you're doing something. My good friend Diamond McPherson always told me there's a big difference between being busy and being productive. You can look like you're really doing something, but if you're not moving anything forward, you're not being productive. And when you get into districts such as this that are fast growing and going to grow even more, and districts like Olentangy that grows, you can stay really busy. But how effective are you? How productive are you going to be? Because that's the unity piece that moves things forward. Now, I'm going to speak, these are opinions now as a superintendent. I always said that my main concern was the experiences we were giving kids. That's what it always came back down to for me. My effectiveness was all, and report cards are great, believe me. I'm not downplaying them. They're wonderful because I was an old football coach too for 20 years, and scoreboards mean a lot to me, and competition means a lot. And I was always, saying I want to beat New Albany, I want to beat Dublin when I put the report cards up. But at the end of the day, when I had graduation day and I, shook 1,100 kids' hands, I wanted them to be able to come up to me and say, "This was an awesome experience." Because if it's an awesome experience, the education will follow. And not everybody that graduated from Olentangy, by the way, and New Albany goes to Harvard. In fact, very few do. But I want to know what type of experience. That's my editorial for the day. So, Phil, I think you're up, right?
I think I'm up.
All right, you've got this.
And I'll just start by picking up on what John said, that if you were to look at the recording of our last retreat, you'll see that we don't necessarily start out in agreement.
Yeah.
I mean, there's debate, there's argument, there's discussion about what we think is the proper direction, what we think our goal should be, and we discuss it openly. And through that process, we reach agreement on what we agree to, and that's the process. So, and that process takes place throughout our work. And so, if we get to 5-1 on issues or 5-0 on issues, it's because, there's been discussion, there's been debate.
It's work the process.
And that's where you end up. And if we can't, then it'll be 4-1 or 3-2 or whatever it happens to be. But, that's how you get there.
Right.
And, so anyway, that's the process.
Yeah.
So expectations for the retreat, it really is a confirmation of clarity of purpose. I think we agreed to it at our last retreat, and we've referred to it previously. We hired a superintendent on that basis, and we did so with unanimity. So it's really just confirmation. Clarity of priorities is a bit different. It's the next level down from clarity of purpose. So what are we going to do first and second and third? You can't do everything all at once, because then you end up doing nothing well. Open, honest discussion and debate. We have that. It's okay to disagree as long as we disagree politely.
Yes.
And civilly. Focus on the big picture. It's easy, particularly in a school district, when you have thousands of parents who have their own priorities, and they are important to those parents. You have thousands of citizens who aren't parents in the district who have priorities, and they are important to them. We have other community stakeholders who have their own priorities, and they are important. At the end of the day, this is a school district. The job of this school district is to provide a great education to the almost 5,000 kids who are here. And everything else is secondary to that. So I want to make sure that we focus on the big picture and not get caught up in the minutia.
Right.
Last on expectations is commitment. It's easy to say a lot of stuff. It's hard when it gets hard to stay committed to the things we agreed to. When you have parents, when you have other stakeholders, when you have another real life human being in front of you telling you that they disagree, it's hard to stay committed to what we agreed to be committed to. But we have to, because that's the only way you move forward. When it's easy, anybody can do it. When it's hard, that's when leadership rises and has to do what has to be done. So what does New Albany do well? I always struggle with this. I struggle with this in every organization I'm a part of, not because I don't think the organizations I'm fortunate to be involved with don't do things well, but because it's never good enough. It just isn't. And so what we do well here, I actually think we do provide educational opportunities for all students pretty well here. It doesn't mean we can't be better, but I went to Columbus Public. I'm a graduate of Eastmore High School and Johnson Park Junior High, and these were pretty traditional public schools, and we had bona fide geniuses in my class, and we had folks on the other end of the spectrum.
Right.
And we had very smart people who did not get good educations because they didn't do what was necessary to get good educations, and we had people on the other end of the spectrum who did just the opposite. So I think there are opportunities. We can always be better, but boy, you look at the curriculum, you look at the staff, you look at the commitment of the administration and the teachers every day to provide a great education, and you can find it here. And I don't even think it's all that hard to find it here. You can find it here.
Right.
So I think we do a good job of that. The facilities certainly are really terrific, and the staff is good. And I know some people give pushback when you don't say great, but the reality is we're not good enough. I mean, you look at the outcomes and we're not good enough. And so we have a good staff. We need to be great. We need to find out how to get from A to B. Improve. I added, just before it was my turn to speak, I added financial sustainability. While the RIF was a pretty big shock to the system here, I think it was probably a necessary one. And I think it has created an opportunity to make this district not only great educationally, but really responsive to the taxpayers in the district. And I think the district and the administration have done a very good job over the last year and a half, 2 years of responding to that challenge. We have to do more, but some very good steps have been taken, and we're on a good path. We just need to make sure we complete that path and achieve financial sustainability in this district. So I think there's been a lot of good progress. There's more to be done. Also improve, I put culture, and that's a pretty broad term, but it's a culture of expectations, that greatness is possible, that substantially better than we are today is possible, that achieving outcomes is a function of process and clear goals and accountability and measurement and all of the systemic work that's necessary to achieve great outcomes. But it requires a culture that's driven to the openness that's required to achieve great outcomes. Right? You can't get better if you're unwilling to confront when you're not. You can't get better unless you're willing to publicly, and not so much here, but in front of your peers, disclose what's working well and what's not working well, and commit to change. Culture of high expectations and an outcome-driven culture is something that I think is really critical for this district to be great for the students in the district. It's not about inputs. Too often, particularly in the public sphere, what gets talked about is inputs. How much money, how many people, what are the rules? And it's all about inputs. And the inputs are important, but they are secondary to outcomes. They must only be, the only inputs worth paying for are the inputs that are in service to the outcomes. So that's what I think we need to improve. Great teams, commonality of purpose, commitment to achievement, honesty, openness, grace, and low ego. The first four are pretty self-explanatory. Laura, you described in more detail what I'm trying to get at with grace. It's like cut people a break. We're all here for good purpose, for the right reasons. We are each going to say things that are going to irritate somebody else, and it's not on purpose. And have grace in our relationships with each other. It's I don't mean it in the biblical sense. It's just let's cut each other a break now and then.
It's a good word.
And low ego. It's embodied in our statement of purpose. It's not about the adults, it's about the kids. If we can't be clear that it ain't about us, that it's about the kids, then we have a fairly serious problem. So, it's not about whose name is in the paper, it's just about whether we're getting the job done.
Very good. I have two comments there. Well, before I put forth my two comments, any questions, clarifications, comments, opinions on Phil's piece? I want to say a couple things. I think you got this one, just nailed it. Again, going back to my experiences, Coshocton to Green to Olentangy. And if you know anything about those areas, you know that I went from the have-nots basically to the haves. And that financial sustainability, I think, has hit all of us, all the suburbs, as they say. And the fact that it's not an open checkbook. It's not an open checkbook. It is, let's get our goals down to where they need to be, get our direction right, and work within what we have. Somewhat of a hard lesson it's been for all of us. I know, at Olentangy, I think we cut, 30 million, something like that. And I was told you're trying to, cut the legs out from under the district. Well, we're doing okay. And same thing. That's why this group right here is so vitally important, because you've now started that new journey and almost started all over. So it's vitally important that you can agree to disagree and you can challenge each other. It's a great thing. The second thing I want to talk about, and I've heard this one over and over, and I also have heard reference to the Ohio State, the Buckeyes, and we all love them and all that, and high achievers, they're never satisfied. I can tell you this, being an old football coach, we all love the Buckeyes, and we think they should win it every year. And if they don't, it's been a bad year. Just like last year, should have won it, should have been back-to-back national champs. And they're able to function within that
that piece. And I think it was John that said, believe me, I know Urban and some of the others on that staff, and I know they disagree in the preparation, but you could never tell it. So as they go down that road, high achievers are never satisfied. They get criticized for losing to Michigan State because they should have won the whole thing. And you have to sit there with that criticism. You're going through somewhat of the same thing. You're a high achiever, and people say, we expect to be number one, plain and simple. And only one can be number one. That doesn't mean you can't quit trying. So I do appreciate that piece too, because I've heard this one too. High expectations and high achievers, but they're never satisfied. I somewhat hesitate to always throw this name out because of things that have happened, but when Tiger Woods won the Masters, he changed his swing completely right after winning it. Why? Continue to try to get better. So I have to quit using it.
You know what, can we talk a little bit about that? Because I agree with that,
Absolutely.
but I think what I don't want to lose, because I think it's demoralizing if nothing is ever good enough. I think coupled with that, we have to remember to take time to celebrate the incremental progress we're making and the things that we do well.
Mhm.
You
Well
know?
said.
So,
Absolutely.
You have to celebrate success.
Yes.
What I want to make sure we do is that we celebrate successful outcomes.
right.
And we really focus on that, because it still troubles me when there's a celebration over a particular program somebody went to, or a class somebody took, rather than how that's going to be used to achieve very clear outcomes in the classroom. I mean, continuing education is vital, right? It's important, but what are we going to do? Let's celebrate the outcomes from those efforts, and make, so that's what I'm trying to focus on.
Right, right. And I think what that does, and I think I know what you're talking about, and I think I'm just thinking maybe even bigger picture than that. But it also just really emphasizes how important it's going to be for us to carefully define and then agree on what the outcomes actually are.
Mhm.
And I think if we can nail that piece of it, then the rest of it's going to be fairly easy for the board. I mean, tough for you guys, but easy for us. So,
Well,
I think we also have to really clearly define the guardrails. One of my favorite sayings in my business for organizational development is that you stand for what you tolerate. If you tolerate average, then you stand for average. If you tolerate consistent error in a particular part of the organization, then or if you tolerate that, that's what you stand for. And that sort of toleration of less than great is what permeates the organization, and people begin to think that we're not really serious about achieving excellence. If we tolerate a curriculum, and I don't know, I'm not saying that we do, but if we tolerate a curriculum that doesn't produce great outcomes, then that's what we stand for. Then we stand for a less than great curriculum. And we have a responsibility to declare as the board what our expectations are of the leadership group. And then it's up to the leadership team to make clear that they're not going to tolerate less than what we aspire to. People make mistakes. It's important to you have to show grace in leadership no matter where you are, right? So people make mistakes. Mistakes are not fatal. Unless they are, but most of the time they're not, and people get an opportunity to improve. But you cannot consistently tolerate less than greatness, or you'll never be great.
I might also add on this, and I believe this outcome piece. I've seen several, probably on every one of these, and I think, and well, I'm sure that eventually we're going to get to a common, attainable. Well, maybe not attainable, but maybe a common goal of outcome. But I would only say to this, and I believe it's Dolores' point. Once upon a time, we had a goal to hit our PI of 120. And then we started looking, and no one has ever hit 120. So we sat there and said, that's almost, from a goal-setting standpoint, we wanted high outcomes and we wanted high achievement, but it also, and the responsibility of this group is to say, oh, okay, but now we're kind of going overboard, and 120 will never make it. So then we started kicking it down to, the 110s, the 111s, the 112s, because we looked at who was number one in the state and said, that's where we want to be, and working backwards. So I would only caution everybody, I'm all for high achievement and high outcomes, and I know everyone in the community is, and everyone sitting at the table would be for that, and everyone sitting at this table, but it's your job and responsibility as a group to make sure that we're not going overboard. That's why you have 5. Because if it was easy to do, you'd only have 1, and we'd say, what do you think? You have 5, so you bring 5 different perspectives to the board, and then you add these 2 individuals to it, and you work as a leadership team. And I'll guarantee you, and I think, Phil, you told me this when you came in, there is no perfect school, there is no perfect score, there is no perfect report card, there is no whatever you may be, but I think your goal is to get as close to perfect as you possibly can. And I think that's kind of what we want to continue to talk about. So, Becky, I always love to throw the finance person in there and say, you can't use money either.
And I
So
didn't.
that's what you deal with.
And I didn't.
Okay, go ahead.
John is a man of few words. I'm a woman of even fewer words.
Yes, okay.
So my expectations for the retreat is to come away with clear direction from the board on where we're headed. I want to better understand how to work, how best to work as a team collaboratively. I think we're getting pretty good at it, but how best to communicate with each person, because email's not always the best for someone, phone call's not always the best. So what's the best way to work as a team? What we do well, I think we care about students, and it's not that I disagree with everyone else, because I think everybody made a lot of really great points, but I think that this district, above all else, really does, from the board all the way to the kitchen to the custodial bus drivers, really do care about the kids. What we can improve upon are the academic outcomes. We've not really gone into detail with the report card. We only have preliminary data, but I know that some of it's not great. So we have academic outcomes, improve upon clear focus. You're going to see that run through mine, because I really want clear focus. There are 5 board members, Michael and I, and everyone defines what the outcome is perhaps differently. So if we can get that nailed down, I think that'd be fantastic, but we need to improve on that. And then qualities of a great team. I think clear communication and clear expectations, working collaboratively together, and being respectful.
By the way, I'll have to say, Becky's been through the wars with me when we talk about that respectful piece. Sometimes we were almost part of the Jerry Springer show. It was like,
I don't think almost.
A little bit crazy like that. So.
We were there. We were the chairs.
I want to hear stories.
I have to tell you this, I am impressed. When you have your CFO even saying that academic outcomes, you may not think you've accomplished anything, but you've accomplished a lot, because usually, for the CFO, it's always, we used to have enough money. If we do that, we're good. So very good, Becky. Very good, everyone else also, by the way.
She's just got us so well trained that the money piece is a given.
All right, Michael, you're up.
Much like all of you, a lot of repetition ultimately. So expectations, clarity, direction, and mutual understanding. Board balance with the individual. So the role of the board versus the individual board member, and understanding goes back to unity conversation for unanimity, that the power of 1 as an individual is not the power of 5 as a board. And I can't have 5 masters. So we have to come to some agreement and understanding about what is the direction of the board, so that I have clear understanding of what that is, so that we can then replicate it across the school culture, basically through every level. Protocols, and part of that's just really how the board wants to function, your operational structure, and there's some specific things for communication as an example. But what are the protocols of how you're going to work together? What's the relationship with me? What's the relationship with Becky? And understanding how do we meet your needs, but at the same time, allow us to have the flexibility necessary to meet the needs of the school district. So it's not the micromanagement conversation. It's really, what do you need to be effective? How do we communicate with you? Because each of you are different. So we want to be respectful of that. So what do you need from us so that we can determine how to do that with you? And Becky used a couple examples. Just a couple examples of what we do well. I'm kind of where Phil is on the whole well thing. I think there's always an opportunity for continuous improvement. I think it's just a mindset. But I do think that there are some things that you can call out in the school district. The two that I picked were care about kids and care about each other. I do believe there's a caring environment that's basically throughout the weave of the culture of the school district. It's not to say that we can't improve upon it, but I do believe that there are people that truly care about one another in this school district. And back to Laura's point, the presumed positive intention. So I really do believe people come with the intent of trying to do right by kids within the culture of the school district. High expectations, again, I think there's pockets of excellence with that throughout the school district. I think there's opportunity that can be improved upon depending on what you're specifically looking at to determine if there are high expectations for that specific variable within the school district or whatever that what is. But again, I think it's something that can be improved upon. For improvement, I picked achievement and outcomes. I think there are specific areas in the school district that we're going to have to pay some attention to. The initial data coming back from the state is really the point on my second one for unique needs of all kids. I don't think that we actually do right by every kid. For when you go back to even your statement of purpose where you talk about each child or each student, there are specific subgroups in this school district that are underserved. We do not meet their needs based upon what the data is telling us. And I don't believe there's been a conscious effort within the school district to date to really dig into that, to discover why is that? What are the services or supports that are being provided for those specific subgroups of students? Are we truly trying to meet their needs, or are we going through the exercise of it? Because their data illustrates that we're not meeting their needs. Transparency, you can interpret this multiple ways, either through the communication example that Laura used, transparency in the daily work, transparency in talking about our data, and I'll go back to the subgroups. Transparency in saying it's okay to have a discussion about which students in the school district are not performing as well as we want them to be, and then making it a rich conversation to actually say, but here's what we're going to do differently to try to meet their needs, and making that a safe conversation. It's not a club, and it's not a 2x4, and it's not a sledgehammer. It's just a conversation that we're having an open, honest, transparent conversation about how we're trying to meet the needs of kids, and admitting that it's not going to be perfect. We're not manufacturing widgets. We have kids, so the needs of the kids are different. So we need to talk about the strategies that are being put in place across the entire continuum, from the lowest achieving to the highest achieving, because even the highest achieving kids in the school district have needs that we have to somehow address. So how do you take all that soup du jour and all those individual ingredients and pieces and parts and turn them into something that actually produces this high achievement opportunity where the kids have it? Because I agree with Phil. I think there's an enormous amount of opportunities across the entire school campus. If you can't find what you're in search of, it's hard to believe, because there are multiple opportunities across this entire school campus to try to meet the needs of kids or give kids stretch opportunities academically to ultimately facilitate meeting their needs. The question then becomes, conversely, to the opposite side for the subgroup, what are we doing to provide the supports necessary to lift everyone up to that opportunity? Because there's a gap, and we need to be honest and have that conversation about some of the subgroup data, because I think it's going to be front and center when the report card comes out in September, that we have some specific subgroups of students that are not, that from my perspective in reviewing the data that's currently available, and it's not final yet, but in the preliminary data that's available, we're not meeting the needs of all those subgroups. Accountability, how do you make that a safe word for conversation within the school district? So again, it's not the velvet hammer or the sledgehammer, it's just a conversation that why isn't it acceptable to have a conversation within the school culture about accountability? But generally speaking, in public education, I don't care which school district you're in, and I've been in several, that word is a negative. It's a non-starter. It sounds threatening as soon as it comes out of the gate. So how do we change the face of accountability, define it differently, and basically illustrate that it's actually a safe conversation to have when you put it back into, we want to hold you accountable for meeting the needs of kids. Now let's define what that actually means so that we all have a mutual understanding of it. But how do you change the face of accountability? And then community, and it's really the unity of community. And what does that mean for capacity building across the school campus, within our culture, and within the community at large? So I think there is improved opportunity. We have to somehow get the other stakeholder voices that everyone has talked about back into, using Paul's example, one direction for one conversation to explain, here's where we're going, this is why we're going here, and ultimately we'll define how we're going to get there in a fiscally responsible way, but that it's understood. And that it's going to take incremental growth, because we didn't get to where we are overnight. You're not going to fix everything overnight. We have to be focused. So what are those specific deliberate things that we're going to do as an organization to better meet the needs of kids, but at the same time demonstrate incremental growth? Because you can't go from 0 to 60 and changing something in the school district overnight. Just generally is not going to happen. Team, for me, much like all of you, active listeners, I think the diversity of thought and opinion is extremely important. The open, honest communication actually strengthens the conversation, mutual respect. And then for me, coming back to what I need the focus, and I need to know what the deliberate actions are going to be. It's just how I look at the world. So I need the plan. I need to know where we're going. So I can put the pieces and parts in place, but I have to know the destination. I'm okay with the detours and the zigzags and basically the road construction along the way and coming up with all the things that are going to change. But I have to understand systemically what's the direction. And it's the direction of the 5 of you reaching consensus on what is that. Because 5 different answers aren't going to move us forward. Back to your example. So what does that mean?
We both know the answer to this, but I want to make sure we clarify this. Unique needs of all kids, subgroups. What do you mean by subgroups?
I mean, in the state of Ohio, based upon race and ethnicity, students are grouped into specific subgroups. So African American is an example, Asian Pacific Islander, Caucasian. Those are subgroups in the state data world. So they're going to get lumped together for reporting purposes. If there's more than 30 students in any particular denomination or ethnic group, they become a subgroup for state reporting. So the data, when it gets disaggregated to come back to the school district, there will be a gap report. So that's where it all contributes. And one of the reports that comes back is called gap. What's the gap between your highest achieving students in the school district? And oh, by the way, what's their ethnic makeup? And what's the lowest achieving school district's gap? And oh, by the way, what's their ethnic makeup? And then what does that all look like in the continuum? So if you put all 9 subgroups on the continuum, who's outperforming whom and why? That becomes a conversation because the data is going to illustrate that. So in our case, just as an example, our gifted students could ultimately be put into the classification of the highest achieving kids in the school district that outperform all the other subgroups, as an example, because gifted will be 1. Common sense would say that. But within the gifted population, who are the highest of the highest achieving? And from an ethnicity standpoint, there are Asian students in the school district. They actually have the highest performance across the entire school district. The lower performer, ultimately, typically when you get into the subgroup data, are African American students in the school district, or the students that are on free and reduced lunch. And not every kid that's on free and reduced lunch is African American. So we don't have, it's just the way it works. So why is it that our free and reduced kids or our African American student population are the lowest performing in the school district? What are we not doing, or what do we need to do differently? Stop doing versus start doing, and have a deliberate conversation about what do we do to lift the supports up or do something different for these students to figure out How is it that this part of the continuum has this level of achievement and this part of the continuum's here? The other subgroup that's the lowest performing for us in the school district that represents a gap that's not surprising in any school district, and it's not all of them, but it's some of them, are your students with IEPs. So we have different subgroup data that represents that across the entire continuum. Excuse me, so what does that represent? But how do you take, just using the gap as an example for where your high performers are versus your low performers, how does that become a safe conversation that you can dissect with the staff and unpack and then figure out how do you publicly discuss this so that it's a safe conversation to have, and we're being very deliberate about having the discussion because all kids matter. Back to Phil's point, that we're here because our fundamental why ultimately comes back to, in my world, student achievement, student growth, and student well-being, because that's why we're here.
Questions? I just want to say one thing, then we're going to take a short break. This subgroup piece, the reason I kind of focused on that, and obviously I knew Michael had the answer, but again, I'm going to throw out a challenge to the entire group because it's a challenge to the suburbs and the high performers and the high expectation piece. And we've gotten to the point where we've started calling it barriers that derail academic success. Barriers that derail academic success. And you can think of whether it's subgroups, whether it's mental health issues, whether it's addiction, whether it's, you name whatever it is. Hello, folks, we have it here in suburbia. And I think that's something that, I think we used to call it, what suitcase do they bring to the school every day? And I'll share it from a personal standpoint. I had a fifth grader that I brought in, and let's see, in June he lost his mother. In July he lost his home because we sold the house, and in August he started a brand new school, and he struggled mightily, and he was in one of the highest performing school districts in the state of Ohio. And technically speaking, we should have looked, we looked at him going, let's see, you're the superintendent's kid, you should be knocking it out of the park. He had a big time suitcase he was bringing with him on a daily basis that he was, getting high achievement, high grades on the report card meant nothing to him at that time. He just wanted to make it through the day. You have kids like that here. And I think the challenge of everybody, not just at this table, but at that table, is what are the barriers that are keeping these kids from performing at a high level? Because I'm with Michael, they can all perform. We just have to find out what those barriers are. So that's my opinionated piece on that one. We're going to take a short break, if nothing else for me. And I want you to think as we close this piece up. I'm going to come back, and I don't want to spend a lot more time on what we've done here, but I want basically one statement. I know Phil likes to get it down to one sentence. One statement on putting all that piece together. Well, that's what you told me. When you pass that out, you say, I want to get it down to one sentence.
Okay. I'm like, how'd you get that already?
No, I thought you said that. Did you? When you passed this paper out?
I don't think so.
Oh, I thought that's what I heard.
You talked about one sentence earlier.
So wait, what's our goal?
Your goal here is what you heard, and remember, our goal is to get back to commonalities. What have you heard in one sentence that's going to make this a high-performing leadership team from the input that you've had here?
Okay,
I have an idea in my head.
I do too.
And we have refreshments and chips and things like that on the other side of the curtain. Where are the bathrooms, by the way?
Men's is on that side, women's is on this side.
Men over here, women over here. Let's start back at around 4:15, and then we're next exercise is going to get into the governance piece, and I have a shorter exercise for you there to get that started. So let's take a break.
You're good.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
okay.
you're good.
I don't want to mess up
I know.
board
Well,
protocol.
I will just say that we don't have dinner planned with the thought that maybe we'll be more efficient than we thought we were going to be, but if people
You mean
become
by being hungry?
lean and mean.
But
we'll
we're
finish
starving,
early?
so let's wrap it
If we
up.
finish early,
Go a little
we finish
That's what I was
early.
going to ask. Is that a hint that
Yeah,
I need to get things moving?
well, that, yes,
Yes.
it is.
Yes.
And also, if you start to drag and looks like we're going to be here, we can always order some pizzas.
Okay.
Okay, so just let us know.
Okay. We have now heard everyone's expectation of the retreat, what we do well, what we need to improve upon, and the qualities of a great team, which by the way, you've done the hard work, as they say, in explaining that. But now I want one sentence, if you put it all together, hopefully you thought about that whole piece and one sentence of what you took out of regard to how that would tie into or direct back to district direction. So who wants to start with their, and by the way, you can obviously say more than one sentence or 2 sentences, whatever that may be. Just quick thoughts before we start moving on. Who wants to start?
Question.
Bill.
How would this be different than the one sentence we have? That's the superintendent's statement of purpose.
How would what be different? What you're about to say?
What you're asking.
I'm not sure. because
Maybe
I
it is
haven't
the
read
same.
superintendent.
Let's read that again.
It's,
It might not,
It might not be any different.
No, well,
or it might be.
or mine.
I guess I would be interested in knowing what everyone had. Each person.
so can you be very, very clear in what you're asking us for?
I am asking you for one, I call it a statement, but maybe it's opinion on what you took out of that exercise in regard to the expectation of the, where do you want to go next, I guess I should say.
Oh, okay, that's
Okay,
great.
that's different.
Yep,
Yeah, that is different, but I guess to clarify it, to make it, would that make it easier for everybody? Because we took in a lot of information here. And to say, okay, let's wrap it up into one sentence. I guess the main gist of the exercise was, what are the expectations of this retreat? So I guess we could gear it more toward that.
Okay.
And I think it was good that everybody said what we do well, what we do need to improve on. The sentence that you want to take this, or the direction.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay, go ahead.
I think where we need to take this is to develop and agree upon clear outcomes that that focus on kids in with respect for different points of view, with respect, I said that, different points of view, and with the belief that we are all coming together with a common understanding of our purpose that is represented in this superintendent's statement of purpose.
Okay. Paul. I'm sorry.
No, good. I have, we should, where I want to take this meeting,
Yes.
as I said earlier, about getting my sentence in a minute, but my preamble. We've been working on the 100-day plan. To me, this is a little different. Is the board taking this going forward? It's a board retreat and a leadership team. Agree or align, use whatever word you want, on financial and academic/developmental goals we are working toward. We can take out the word goals, call them outcomes, if that's the better word. Agree on financial and academic/developmental outcomes we are working toward or striving toward over the next 12 months. Incremental, it doesn't have to be 5-run homer. Just where are we going? So that we're all, that to me pulls the unity and the alignment and everything else together.
Okay. Debbie?
One of my fears is kind of something Michael touched on, which is we kind of have a fire hydrant right now that's open, and we really need to get focused on what our most critical need areas are, and then, nail it. Because I think we can get overwhelmed with things we need to focus on and then not do anything well. So my hope is that we can develop objectives that focus on achievable, measurable outcomes that serves the most critical needs of our students.
Very good. Phil?
To set clear outcome-oriented goals in service to our agreed-upon statement of purpose.
Excellent. Excellent. John?
I don't know if I need to add to that one. Unified in our vision, clear in our direction.
Okay. So here's my question to all of you. Have we put that down in writing, in specific form, to say, here are the goals that we have?
No.
And-
I mean, we have the statement of purpose, but it's broad. And I really think that the hard work is going to be actually determining what those goals are. What are these outcomes?
Yes.
And what's the priority?
So when do we start?
I think that's what we do next. What do you guys think?
I think it has to be linked to what Michael is referencing, which is all those test scores. I want to hear more about that.
I think this has been very vision and purposey, right? I mean, that's we have to do that, but this feels like we're getting down to some tactical, what are the benchmarks, and I'm not qualified to tell you what those are, but I think that's where we are now, is trying to figure out suggestions as to what those academic, and again, I go back to academic and financial benchmarks, because again, I look at it from a board perspective as well as maybe different from a superintendent, or in addition to the superintendent objectives.
Would you all agree that it's definitely needed? I guess I would go back again to my experiences. We had a CIP, continuous improvement plan, and rolled it out about this time of the year. The work was done first, input from administrators, input from teachers, and we kind of started working with board members, so that when we walked out in front of our staff and our community on day one, here are our goals. Here are our goals. And I've heard all of you say and agree to that the fact that we need direction, we need to be based on specific outcomes, achievement, whatever you want to call it. You're all in agreement with what you want to see happen, and you are giving him a direction to move the entire organization. It just comes down now to being able to work together as a team. You hit it on the head. What do we want this man to do? And I want to hear more about the specific outcomes, achievement levels. Where should we be in order to measure our success on a year-to-year basis?
Well, given that I heard from Michael, there are a couple of things I heard that I want to discuss further.
Yes.
But we'll also, one of them is going to make arriving at clear goals and objectives for him pretty challenging, which is we don't have all the data.
Right.
We don't yet have the report
Right,
card.
right.
So, some of that may have to, is
Yes.
going to have to wait until we have that.
Yes.
But something else Michael said that I think is organizationally even more important than those specific goals is making it not just okay, but the way it's done here to be comfortable with accountability is to create, we put it right at the top, to create a culture of accountability. And I know that's the hard work. I've been involved in organizations where that's the hard work. People are uncomfortable disclosing failure. They're uncomfortable talking about what's hard. They're uncomfortable. It's a common thing. And this is not a rap on any one person, because most people are uncomfortable with transparent disclosure. It's just not in most of our nature. And in what I've come to learn about public school, the public school environment is it's really uncomfortable in the public school environment. So I think that's important to know. It's also important to confront and to make New Albany maybe the shining star on the hill that says, here in New Albany, we are comfortable with accountability. We're comfortable disclosing what we're good at and what we're not good at. We're comfortable moving ourselves forward on a path and doing so honestly and openly. And change the culture, change it right here. So I'm not sure how yet, until we talk about it further and get everybody else's opinion on this. I'm not sure how to make that a goal. I'm not sure how to define it yet, but that strikes me as a really, really key element of how we'll be able to get any other goal accomplished.
And when we defined it in terms of staff, students, parents, and the Board of Education.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to measure, we really need to find means to measure our effectiveness in each of those subgroups, I think.
So tell me if I'm close to what I'm hearing. The expectation is to set forth the goals and expectation of the school district with some type of an accountability piece or state of the schools or report that's geared more toward the goals that the board has set.
So you have it here. I'll finish reading what Laura started to read. We define accountability as we will confront the truth.
Yes.
Goals and objectives will be clearly defined at all levels of our district. All individuals and groups, including staff, students, parents, and the Board of Education, will hold themselves and each other accountable to achieve the achievement of those goals and objectives. We'll celebrate success at the individual and group level, and we will acknowledge, challenge, and commit to concrete actions to confront and correct failure. That's how we've already defined it. So what I heard from in Michael's comments was that's unique in school culture. So how to get there is something I think we need to talk about, because I don't have all the answers.
The specifics, correct? What does, for example, what does confront truth and or clearly defined at all levels? What are the measurements? In other words, how do we know? How do we know that we have been successful in meeting those goals? Do we have, again, going back to my experiences, we had, academic, finance, operations, well-being, for a lack of a better term. I'm not sure it's what we termed it, but we had specific parameters in place to say, okay, I think there were 22 total, because it was above and beyond the state report card. Because, okay, if we hit these, state report card take care of itself. And we hit these goals and we set them as a group, not just the board, by the way, the staff, the community. We even had student involvement. So the hard work is, how do you measure it? And I think I think what I'm hearing is that's where everybody wants to start getting to. Let's quit talking about what we do well and what we do, what we need to improve on. Is that what you're hearing? Just so I'm hearing what you're hearing.
I think we just have to translate it into the practicality of what does it really mean. So like when you take this definition, we could put this up on a slide, because go back to the superintendent's statement of purpose. Like when you look at the statement, when you created it last January, since the board retreat where you actually agreed upon it, what face time has it been given to the school culture or within the school community? So who knows that this is the expectation of the board? Is it embedded within the culture? The answer is no for the school culture. Is it embedded within the community? Does this represent what the community values? Is this representing the direction of the constituents that elected you to the Board of Education? And your belief is yes, because I watched the board retreat that you had in January to basically create it. So how does this go from this lofty thing that ultimately exists to the practical side of how is it implemented on a day-to-day basis within the school district? And part of that expectation has to come from me for leadership, and I understand that. It's going to come from the leadership team. But part of going back to where Wade's at is this gets compounded because then you get hit, go back to Phil's point about the distractions, because if you're not focused to understand what is it that we're going after, so that we're very clear about what it is we're going after, all those other distractions are going to come to the table because it's just natural. Everybody else has a different priority level. So we have to understand what is the unanimity of the board to say this is the direction of what you want on behalf of the students, the staff, the community, and everybody else that you represent. Because those distractors are coming. They're going to come no matter what. So we have to understand that so we stay focused to say, here's the work, and this is ultimately, this is where we're going. So what's that incremental growth for continuous improvement that's expected? So what does that look like? Because we have to define it. Otherwise, when you show this to staff, the immediate feedback comes back to that one word they're going to focus on is, well, how are they going to hold us accountable? It's like something we're going to do to them. That's the immediate viewpoint of this is something's going to happen to me because you're using this word called accountability. And unfortunately, 100% of the time in most public school cultures, including ours, it's going to be perceived to be a negative. So we're going back to, you presume that this is a positive intention to benefit kids, and that's why you're putting it in place. That's not the immediate staff interpretation. The immediate interpretation is this is negative. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
So
Back to your point.
confronted exactly the same thing in my organization when we pursued a similar agenda. People perceive it, employees, line level employees perceive it as a stick that's going to be used to beat on them, right? So the move of leadership, the move of management is to is to do the work of showing them that it's not. So when we have meetings, and we have meetings, we disclose ourselves. We share what our goals are, and the leadership has to disclose what we've done well and what we have not done well, where we have failed. So we start and we disclose our own successes and failures, and we help the people that we're responsible for do the same thing. And for some, it will be easier than it will be for others. Some people will never be comfortable with it, and we'll have to deal with that, but it takes time. It starts, you just have to start the process, but it does take time. And eventually, as long as we are committed to going down that path, people get more comfortable because they see that it isn't a stick. It is a process of confronting the truth. It's a process whereby, since we are all committed to great outcomes, one of the stories I tell at New Hire Orientation in my organization is that, I've worked with thousands of people over my career, and the number of people that I think come to work determined to do a crappy job, I can count on one hand, right? And I am certain that's the case with teachers as well, that the vast majority do it because they want to be great, they want to be successful at it. So the job of management isn't to use a stick, it's to keep demonstrating that these are tools we use to get better. And that's the only way I know of to do it. You have to start doing it. It starts with leadership. Leadership discloses. Your goals are public to your teams. Your next down
Are
public to their teams,
right,
and so on and so forth. And everybody gets comfortable.
Lined up and down.
And everybody gets comfortable disclosing successes and failures.
Oh, I just going to say, I don't know if I start with accountability. Again, I just put it through my own lens of where I work. I don't start with what's going to happen to you if you don't hit the goals. I start with, hey, to Phil's point, everybody's coming to work here every day wanting to do the right thing, wanting to aspire to greatness, or maybe not to greatness, but the vast majority of teachers I talk to, they want most of this that we're intending to set out in terms of goals. So to me, that's where, yes, I might have a discussion with somebody about setting goals, and they say that's completely unrealistic. I don't want that goal. And then we talk about what's incremental progress or how do we get there. But the accountability piece comes at the end, and there's sort of what's the repercussion of not hitting the goal. That can be a challenge, but sometimes that's just re-education or training or something. It's not a big, bad, ugly thing. But my concern is just if we start with accountability, that doesn't put us where I think most of the teachers in this district are, which is we want to be the best. We came to New Albany because we perceived it to be the best. Yes, we've had some bumps in the roads, but how do we get moving forward in the right direction, aspiring to something greater? So, that's where I don't know in this audience that I'm really set to define a goal. But to me, it can be as simple as we want to be a top 5 Ohio school district. And you guys tell us how to define that. And we set that as the benchmark that everybody in this district wakes up every day thinking, how do I get there? And then all the goals at every level is in the vision statement sort of roll into that goal. And so everybody wakes up saying, we're not going to be top 5 overnight. Probably not. But you'd be surprised what people can do when they get aligned behind a common goal. So, that's my only concern starting with accountability. It's just that laying out the vision.
I think it's interesting just listening to the two of you talk that you each have slightly different definitions or emphasis on the various parts of accountability. Because I think if you define the accountability the way that Phil did, which is first and foremost the process of confronting the truth, then that to me does not carry the sort of stick and punitive message of accountability in the way that maybe we were all brought up to understand the accountability. And I think that maybe part of the key to taking some of the fear of the unknown away is at the same time that we're defining and redefining what we mean by the term accountability is to reassure people that we're going to have the supports in place to help people move from where they are now to where they need to go. That you're not in this alone, that there are going to be resources and people who are dedicated to helping you get there. So, I guess I sort of see it. Ultimately, people either achieve a goal or they don't achieve a goal. But I don't think for any of us, do we need to worry about that?
No. I don't see lights and sirens, so
Yeah.
or hear sirens.
I don't think that any of us are interested in playing gotcha at all. What we really want to do is move the needle by speaking the truth, right?
Here's the thing about gotcha is I think that's a great word is playing gotcha is an explicit display of failure on the part of leadership to not head off a problem before it becomes a failure. And the purpose of accountability and confronting the truth over the course of a measurement period. So if we're talking about a semester, if we're talking about a grading period, if we're talking about a school year, or however we define it, if we're not having regular dialogue and interaction with team members to confront the truth about where we are today relative to the goal we have further down the line, then that's where you end up with failure, is because you waited until the end and okay, well, some people made it and other people didn't.
Right.
So confronting the truth along the way is how you head off those failures and help people succeed along the way.
Right.
I'm going to throw out a suggestion here. And again, I think since I have heard everyone say we can agree to disagree. So I'm going to take it that we can agree to disagree. Maybe you want to reword confronting the truth, because to me that has, from an outsider's viewpoint, that has a negative connotation, saying, okay, does that mean you've been lying for confronting the truth, or you are lying? And I'm not sure it's as much as confronting the truth as it is, here are the facts. Here are the facts of the school district. And we are setting goals, specific goals from a standpoint of, academic, financial, operations, student well-being, whatever that may be. And here are the data points that we are using to measure those. That's the hardest work of all.
I've heard everyone say and agree, I believe I have anyway, that, yeah, let's start moving in that direction. We have to set goals for the superintendent, but more, not just for the superintendent, for the school district of which this team sets those goals. So I hear everybody say, let's get started. We can get started on that end from a specific standpoint. I think you want to hear what are the data points that we're going to measure? Because I really don't know. And yeah, Phil, you're right. We're going to have to wait for a specific report card to be able to measure some of them. But we can at least get started by saying we agree that, in fairness to everybody from a leadership team standpoint, we're going to set goals that we can follow. And the ideal situation is the fact that it aligns from the board, the superintendent, to the staff, to the student, and all the way back up.
I like Paul's.
You like Paul's?
I like Paul's.
Paul's what?
His suggestion of a big picture goal that, to be it. I don't know if top 5 is the right number, but that's subject to debate. But, I think that sets the high level sort of aspiration that we want to be in the top tier of schools in the state of Ohio.
And that's the end goal you want to have?
Within the next 12 months? I mean, are we
I haven't gotten there
an
yet.
overarching goal, or are we talking
I haven't
about?
gotten there yet. I like the fact that it's a pretty clear, it's a named, numbered sort of thing, something that you can shoot for. I don't even know exactly what the number is today. And so if we're at, 48, maybe getting to 5 in 12 months is not reasonable. But
Yeah.
so, I don't know any of that, but I like the fact that it's clear and easy to remember.
And to that
But
number,
here's the
based
issue.
on, like, who's judging?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so here's the issue. Top 5 in what?
I know.
I don't know. And because you're right. I mean, I'm all for being data driven.
Yes.
The numbers don't lie. Okay. But I just, to Michael's point about talking about subgroups and all the other data points that we have, we are going to be up, down, all around. Are we top 5 in overall academic performance? Are we top 5 in special education? Are we top 5 in teacher salary? Are we bottom 5 in teacher salary? And then, and this is where I think we'll start to get, this is where it gets all muddied, is one of the things that you said, which I think is absolutely true, about shaking the hands of 1,000 kids and having them say, this was an awesome experience. Okay? While I am a completely data-driven person, okay, if it's all about hitting a specific number to the detriment of everything else and every other experience that the kids have here, then we're not doing our job. So the one thing that I agree with Paul on, though, is it's a culture thing. It's less about, well, I should say, I don't know that it's good to start with just the numbers. I like the idea of let's create the culture of excellence, culture of achievement. Let's identify, we have to set the goals. We have to set numerical, points that we have to hit. But let's not forget about the reason we're here is to develop a human being. You said we're not building widgets. Then, then once we talk about all that, then we've got this other thing, which is the taxpayers' dollars.
Yeah.
There's a problem.
That's part of the goal.
Could,
Well, exactly, but that's my point.
Yeah.
So to say, yes, I mean, I'd want to say we're top 5, but I just, the question is realistically, based on where we are right now, can we do that?
So do you think those things are mutually exclusive? See, I think we can aspire to, and again, I don't know if top 5 is the right number. I don't even know if that's the right goal at all, but just for the sake of argument, let's say it is.
Yeah.
Just because that is the big picture goal, I don't view it as even remotely mutually exclusive to have that be our big picture goal and provide a great learning experience, right? So kids en masse say, that was a great school year. and they had a great experience, and their parents say it was a great experience. I don't think it's mutually exclusive that you can do all that and have a sustainable financial picture.
Oh, no,
I think.
yeah, no, I'm with you. I agree with you. I guess my point is we have so many different communities of interest that if we say top 5 here, you're going to have people, if it's not clearly defined, people who are going to say,
what about me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Or you'll have a teacher that says, okay, so, and this is by example, okay, you have a teacher that says, okay, I have to hit these goals by the end of the year to meet my, to achieve what I'm expected to achieve. Well, then, I'm going to then, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. It's almost the whole teaching to the test thing again. So I guess my point is I want us to be very holistic in how we describe. We have to have the specific numeric goals. But I think we're going to try to, we've got to thread this needle of, keeping everybody happy to the best that we can.
So I don't know if this is helpful or not, but we should come in here with our own experiences. So at my place, our organizational goal is to be dominant in every market in which we choose to do business, right? That's what it is. You don't know that, so I shouldn't have said right. That's what it is.
What does that mean?
That's a great question, and it's why I think it might be relevant here. We follow that with, we do that by helping our customers get what they value and by working with people who share our core values. And we do it in order to create opportunities for people. And then we remind ourselves that no matter how successful we are, it's not good enough. And so all of those elements of a lofty big picture goal that is driven to be a number one achiever in our markets is leavened with the idea that it's about the people we serve and a shared set of core values, right? So all those elements have to be in play or it doesn't work. And is that, is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yes.
So yes. I certainly recognize that you need all of those elements. And when you say, how do you measure that? Well, that's part of the reason that we chose the words that we did, because it depends on the market we're in. It depends on the thing we're trying to do in a particular market for a particular customer. We want to be best for that market. The same for groups of students. We want to be best for each subgroup of students. We want to be best for students overall. That's how I would define it. It is situational, except that it's to be the best. That's not situational.
When you are measuring your effectiveness and determining whether you are the best, do you measure strictly sales volume, or do you also measure customer satisfaction? And
it depends on what's important. So I know that's not a definitive answer, but we use market share, which is not necessarily entirely sales driven or a particular sales number. It could be profitability. It could be market share growth. It depends on what our suppliers care about most. It depends on those particular constituencies. But we agree on what those measurements are going to be at the start of the year, so that we know, everybody on the team knows what victory looks like.
How did you arrive at that as a group? How did you arrive at, we agree, when you say we agree on what
victory looks like?
Yeah, what victory, how did you arrive at that?
Our planning process for the following year starts this month. So we're in August.
So who will you call in?
It starts with all of our associates, because we do bottom-up planning.
That's what I was going to mention.
Top-down planning.
I feel like to create a culture of accountability, you have to work bottom up, because we need them to sign up for the things that we're trying to hit. And so we can set outline the goals that we'd like to see the district hit, but if we don't get support and buy-in from everybody involved in creating the specific measurable objectives, then then they aren't going to feel accountable to them because they don't own them.
Absolutely. We do bottom up, top down, in the middle, and then we discuss and debate it and agree as a team what the goals are going to be. So there's a lot of input. It's a very detailed process. It takes a lot of time,
And
but
don't you
everybody's
think
involved.
That's how people become accountable.
Of course.
Is they've been able to say, I believe in this. I think I can hit this. I think it's reasonable. And then, okay, you're held accountable to that. Now we all signed up for this.
Because you're holding yourself accountable.
Right.
That's where it really comes into play. And what's interesting is because there's agreement on the big picture, everybody on the team wants to win. I mean, they're driven to that. And I'm highly confident that every, if not darn near every teacher here wants to have a great outcome for their kids, right?
Guaranteed.
So everybody wants to win. What's interesting when we do bottom-up planning is it's usually too lofty. Our salespeople usually say they can do more than they can actually do.
That's okay.
That's fine. Then manager's job is to say, got it, appreciate that you're that aggressive, but let's figure out what you're really going to accomplish this year. So there is this working together to make it happen, but that's how we do it. Now, I don't know how that works here and whether that works.
Well, I think it's possible to do. I think it just goes back to Debbie's point. You know, if you go back to the SMART piece and it's specific, it's measurable, it's action oriented, it's results and has time bound to it. So you can create those, but you can't do everything. So we're going to have to focus, and that's part of the conversation, is ultimately the lead with focus to come back to the discussion. And I'll just use curriculum as an example, that right now on the barometer, the curriculum work that's dominant that needs to be paid attention to is mathematics K through 12. So we can't do math, science, language arts, social studies, music, and art and everything all in 1 year. It's just physically not possible. Again, you're divide and conquer. You can't get it done. It's not to say you're not going to pay attention to other things, but the work systemically needs to be focused upon something. So from my vantage point, one of the things that I would say is math K through 12, given the conversations I've had with the leadership team and the curriculum directors specifically. But that's where we go back to. Then there's a very concerted effort when you're talking to the teachers and discussing, if you're a math teacher, again, it's not to say we're not going to come up with something for science and social studies and English language arts, because at the high school level, that might be the sole subject you're teaching. But the curriculum work, as an example, is math K through 12. I think you have to give them something to aspire to. They'll want to try to reach it. I mean, it's just got to be in their mind. It has to look as if it's attainable. It can't be impossible. So yes, there can be a stretch, but it can't be so lofty that it's physically not possible, because then it's just like, it becomes the chatter. It's not possible for us to do that.
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
I just kind of but adding to your comment and John's comment about, if you set a lofty goal, does it feel impossible? You know, and I throw out there, if we said we want to be the number 4 district in Ohio, how do you got to find that? You're going to have to find some measure that you're going to aim to, but that doesn't become your sole objective. And maybe we do. Maybe there is that academic measure out there that every other public school, John, I absolutely agree, has to deal with the same issues we're dealing with the subgroups and everything else. But is there some core thing that this group agrees on, that number 4 high school and number 4 school system in Ohio?
He just negotiated with himself. He just went from 5 to 4.
I know.
I like that. No, there's only 4 major cities. I'm second place in Columbus. Come on, we don't want to do this. So, but the long and short of it is that's a we can do that. This is New Albany. But then you set these quantitative and qualitative goals beneath that. You've talked about financial, academic, culture, and I don't know, I go into the culture. I mean, you talk about the people walking across the stage, which, by the way, thank you, Laura, for being with your granddaughter that day, because that was really cool for me to walk and shake those hands of those 1,000 people, or not that many, but walking across the stage. I mean, you've got a sense that it makes a big deal.
Sure.
But is there any way to measure? I don't know what other districts do. How do you measure that? Does anybody survey their students when they leave? Did I have a great experience?
Exit survey, and then you
How do we-
follow them.
How do we benchmark against other districts? That's one of our measures. We want to be, that's important.
Well,
Our staff.
Even
do we have-
benchmark against yourself from a trend standpoint.
Absolutely.
Here's what we did last
Yeah, year over year.
You know,
Right.
here's what we did this year.
But at least we're asking.
So
the
we're getting
question.
better or we're
Yeah.
getting worse.
Right. And the same way with our staff. I mean, we want them to want to be here and bring their best friends here, who are great educators. We want to help them, empower the people next to them or across the hall to be great educators. So how do we start talking to them and finding out where their head is one year to the next, or we start benchmarking against old and dingy. I'm sorry. No.
I'm retired.
No, but is that a way to do this where it doesn't have to become, and then again, in the academic realm, and yes, we're aspiring, we've got to work on the subgroups. It sounds like that's going to be a focus, K-12, math and reading, that we can separately goal to those.
Wait a minute. I think you just added reading to the list.
What did I say?
Math and reading.
Was it just K-12 math?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. One night.
He's kind of sneaky, isn't he?
That was unintentional. Let me communicate. That was unintentional.
I'm sure it was. That's just how you are.
So, again, I apologize for getting on this riff, but again, I think it's this conversation about what we want to get out today is like, because we're setting like district goals, board goals, trying to
Michael, what's
something
possible?
Michael's goals, yeah.
Yeah.
What's you tell us what is measured that is something that we can and should aspire to that is significantly higher than where we are now, that is a big picture goal.
And maybe it's over 5 years instead of 1 year.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm trying to be realistic here.
Well, I think it's something though, before he starts, it's something you measure on a yearly basis.
Right, our progress
You're measuring
toward it.
trends over years, you're measuring
Yes.
trends.
Right.
So
Right.
My only pause, and I don't know what the number is, so we can come up with a number because we don't know where we're going to be when the data comes out because it's not finalized. But if we had to guess, my guess is we're going to be in the top 50 ballpark. We're not going to be anywhere near the top 25. So that's my supposition, given the performance index that's predicted based upon what happened in the 4 indicators. So if we do in fact miss the 4 indicators that are predicted, on the current data results, I think we'll probably be somewhere in the top 50,
Where were we last year?
Oh,
top 30.
on an overall,
and that's
District
the
wide.
top 10%.
Right, and that's where it goes back to. It is the top 10%. So it comes down to, back to John's point, top what when you spin it.
Yeah.
So what is it? Is it the numeric number? Is it the percentile? What is it when it represents the 611 public school districts in the state of Ohio versus the Olentangies and the Dublins and the Arlingtons and the Bexleys and the Central Ohio? Because that's another vantage point. Who are we competing against? So are you competing against the state pool or are you competing against the Franklin County pool? So again, it can be interpretive, but it becomes a conversation. What matters in the conversation publicly when you go back out to the community? Is it being compared to Indian Hill and Solon and ultimately the other schools that are in our like classification group that we probably may or may not have likeness with? Or is it picking the Arlington, the Bexley?
Tell me what difference it makes.
I don't know. I think it's the value of what the community is basically telling you. I think that's, to me, it's the interpretation of community. It's the unity piece of the community. So what's the perception of the community in that discussion?
Which I think is a great question. What I'm trying to, when I say what difference does it make, is there any reason not to aspire to being in the top 5 in Ohio? Does it matter that we're comparing ourselves to Indian Hill and, some little suburban district somewhere that's got a very homogeneous student population? I mean, does it matter? Can we be great?
Right. For students, no, I don't believe it matters. My concern's the community interpretation of what that means, because when we say we're going to be top 5 in Ohio, and if we're currently, just hypothetically say we're 50, I have no idea what it is. Let's just pretend we're 50. To go from 50 to 5 in a changing accountability system in the state of Ohio is not realistic. So is it achievable? I get it's aspirable, but it's not going to happen in the first year. So if we put that,
Clearly not.
but that matters in the communication, because if you go out and say we want to be in the top 5, that's not an overnight success that's going to happen
Absolutely.
in the accountability system.
Absolutely
I believe aspirationally, when you even go back to your definitions within the superintendent's statement of purpose, to be the best, number 1, it's very clear. It's number 1.
It's not top.
It's not top 5. It's number
Tim,
1.
I'm trying to make it realistic.
So you were trying to be realistic,
Hit the
which I
floor.
appreciate. But I think that the
That's-
pause that has to come with it is the timeline associated to it. Because back to John's point, what will be interpreted by the different stakeholder groups that all have a vested interest for a different reason, and what that then means.
Okay, so I think this is great, because if we're going to get back to the statement that says to be the best, which is number one, then we identify all the areas that we're not, and we lay out a plan for each of those areas to get to be the best, and we figure out how long it's going to take to get from A to B, so that there's every year there is a clear advancement on that goal. So if we're 50, then at the end of the first year, it's to get 10 points better, right? If we think it's a 5-year plan, well, you're not going to get there at the end of 5 years if you don't get at least 10 points a year.
And we may not be able to touch every single piece of it right away.
I understand that.
I think.
Then you
But that's where the
prioritize.
prioritization comes back into play, and that's where Phil is
Right.
going. So I would differentiate, pick something on academic achievement versus where John went in the fiscal stewardship piece for sustainability. And I'll just use it as an example because I don't know what we are. And part of it's in arrears because of the CUP report, but per pupil expenditure, where do we rank in the state of Ohio? Back to Phil's point, you can't ultimately measure differently or have an aspiration to reduce your per pupil expenditure or use your resources differently. It becomes a conscious choice in that discussion related to the budget, unless you know where you're currently at. So it would be identifying what are those things that you ultimately want to know where you're ranked or what your current position is within a pool of schools, like the 20 that we're compared against at the department. That's one pool versus the entire state of Ohio, because there's 20 like school districts that we're lumped together with that we allegedly are like. So size, demographic, finances, we're put into that pool with these schools. So what pool are we comparing ourselves against? We just have to understand, because we can do the work to figure out exactly where you went. But then back to your point, okay, which ones of these do you want to ultimately measure yourself against? And then what's the plan? Because which one are we doing the plan on first?
So you're going to do more than one thing at a time.
Correct.
You can do 3, maybe 4.
Yes,
Well,
but
I'm
it's setting the timeline.
Right.
Yeah.
So, sorry, more football. You got to win the division first, right? Then the conference, then you go for the Super Bowl. So, to me, it would be, and we'd have to look at the numbers, but the first hit should be among our 20 peers. We got to.
I'm sorry to butt in, but
Okay.
I was going to say that that first hit maybe should be the districts that we're competing against here in Franklin County.
Competing in what way?
Well, but are we competing? I mean, do they all fit in the 20? I guess is my question.
No,
Some of
they
them
do
are,
not.
like a Dublin and an Old Tangi are probably going to be.
They're not part of our 20.
And
Right.
competing in
No,
what way?
but-
They're part of the
but
20 within the
that's-
community.
Yes, that's
No, I
just
understand- I
exactly the
understand that,
point I
but
was
I
going to
guess-
make.
well-
Because when I talk to people, and as a realtor, I mean, we talk schools all the time, and people moving into the area couldn't care less what Indian Hills is doing
Right.
or what Orange is doing. What they want to know is how does New Albany rank compared to Arlington, Bexley, Olentangy, Dublin?
Right. Well, here's my question then: is if it's the 20 local or if it's the 10 local versus the 20 statewide, which is the more attainable initial goal?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't know I don't know what their data is this year.
Well, that'd be curious to know, because then one thing you could say is among our peer districts statewide, we're number 1. If that's a more difficult reach than locally, then.
But I'm going to tell you, sitting here, I know that that's not true. Amongst our school districts statewide, the 20,
No, I know we're not.
yeah,
I'm
we are
saying-
not.
I'm
number one.
saying,
We're in the
As a
middle,
goal.
aren't we in the middle of the pack?
We're in the middle of the pack.
right.
Yeah.
My point is reaching some goals that get us.
Yeah.
In comparison to our competition, size, demographic wise.
Is it
more
incremental
attainable.
to take you to the next level?
Right.
So-
I see what you're saying.
So all this actually fits together. Top line aspirational goal is to be number 1 in the state. Start bringing it down to, okay, first things first.
Yes.
Let's be number 1 in Central Ohio, to your point, or let's be number 1
In
in
our
our
20
20 peer group. I'm relatively indifferent to which one of those it is, as long as that sounds like the right level to start. But it should be one of those two, I think, is just from what I'm hearing. I mean, your perspective is as a realtor, because you talk to people who are looking to move into Central Ohio, move into a community, and what are they thinking? And yours is, and the 20 peers is a statewide comparator, right? That it's just a little different measure. So I'm indifferent, but I think that's a good place to start. But I still don't know whether it's a 1 year or a 5-year goal for that, because if we're middle of the pack, what's,
What will move the needle?
what can we accomplish? And I want to be, I think we need to have more debate over just how much we can accomplish, because that's always a big debate. And there's always a subgroup that says, oh, you can't push too hard because, you're not going to get there. And then there's another group that says, if you don't push too hard, you don't get far enough. So, I mean, that's got to be a debate too.
Well, the one piece that you guys have brought up that I don't think we have the time for right now is asking our teachers to do their own plan or to give us their goals.
Well, we're not there yet, and here's why. Because the big picture, the top line aspiration has got to be something that's driven by the community and, and by election and by appointment by us.
I guess my point is, I think it makes it a little more difficult to come right in and demand a nearly unattainable goal versus you're probably going to get less progress this initial without buy-in.
But I think there can be buy-in, back to Phil's point. Like when you use the teaching population as the example, they want to do right by kids. They want to do well. They want to succeed. And I'll just use the current achievement data and I'll use Scott as the example. When the test results came back into the school district, they get disaggregated and they're available by teachers. So teachers get to see their data of their kids. They'll actually get to see the students named or specific performance levels, where they did well and where their areas of ultimately opportunity become. Because although they're no longer with that teacher, they still first feel personally accountable for those kids to understand which kids were successful, which kids struggled, and why is that, to try to help them improve for this year's pool of kids that they're going to receive. What, if anything, could they do differently? That's an easy thing for teachers to then step back from and say, okay, listen, when I look at this, if this is what I have to aspire to become, and we're going to basically become number one in Central Ohio, number one within our peer group, then it gets unpacked from the district level for the district goals. Okay, so we just did the aspiration piece. When it goes to the building, we have to translate that into specific subject matter. So then it becomes the focus for the classroom teacher that they understand. And part of it, for me, although we need them to be participatory in that, part of this is the leadership moment. So although we want you to be participatory, and I'm going to let you have participation, and in my world it's called pedagogy, it's the instruction. I'm going to go back to, I'm not going to dictate the art of your instruction because every teacher is different. However, we are going to dictate the standards by which you're going to meet the instruction within your classroom. So there's specific curriculum that's required. So to me, that becomes the focal point that drives ultimately in my world, and it just kind of fits. And I know it's a little bit out of order, but if you'll indulge me, I think this graphic is going to help this conversation, because part of this is the focus of where I think we need to go. So when you go back to the classroom teacher, I think it is achievable, and I think it's doable to create goals at the building level that align to the district data for opportunities for improvement that then drive to the classroom level for specific content areas for teachers. So when I thought about, okay, how do I frame all of this to basically make it make sense for the leadership retreat? So I did this with principals and actually had them participate with me to come up with really using Simon Sinek's work of the why, the how, and the what. So the why is the center circle, it's the core. Student achievement, growth, and well-being. That's why we are here. Now, it may shock you, but I'm going to go back to, we're going to presume positive intention. I believe 95 to 97% of our staff know why they're here. However, we should be deliberate in telling them this is why we're here, because it goes back to your statement of purpose, where it was clearly defined, it's not about the adults. The students are first. It's about the kids. We're here because we are here to serve students and meet their needs. And in our world, when we talked about this within your statement of purpose, when I went through your definitions and the conversations I've had to date with all of you, it fundamentally comes back to achievement, growth, and well-being. So that's the why. The next layer is the red circle or the maroon circle on the outside, and it's your what. So fundamentally, to me, this is the focus for teachers where John just went. That's why I think it fits in this conversation. This is where I think we need to be relentless. This is the curriculum side of it. This is the relentless focus for classroom teachers. We should be asking every single teacher consistently across the school district, and start on the top right. What is it we expect our students to learn? That's the quote unquote, in the white circle, the how curriculum. What is the curriculum that's required that regardless of which second grade teacher I get, there's fidelity in the curriculum that's being taught called the standards that are required that we expect in New Albany. So what is the fidelity of that curriculum? What is it we expect students to learn? And it's non-negotiable. We tell them this is what's expected to be learned. How you're going to do it, as we're going to get there, how you're going to do it, you're going to be your choice, and we can provide some input to that. But what you're going to do, non-negotiable. Go to the bottom. What will we do to know what they have learned? This is assessment. Starts with formative. So we should be asking the kids when they come through the door, what pre-existing knowledge do you already have? Because I shouldn't teach to the middle of the road. I shouldn't put Becky through it if Becky already knows it. Why does Becky have to sit and get just because I'm doing it to everybody else in the classroom? If she already knows it through the pre-assessment because she knows it, then I need to come up with something different to take Becky deeper. Not necessarily farther. I'm not jumping grade levels. I need to go deeper into the content. How can I enrich what she already knows and take Becky to a deeper level for understanding within that specific area?
Question for somebody who is not a teaching professional. Why is deeper better than for farther?
It's not necessarily, it's not about the distance of where you're traveling. It's the depth of the knowledge that you have in the application of it to apply it. So can I teach you how to apply the knowledge differently or get you to think critically differently about it? Can I get you to apply it to a different situation? It's not that I automatically jump you to geometry because although you might know the basic facts about it, can I get you to use that content knowledge to discover other things, to take you deeper into the content that then you'll have a skill set to apply differently for future application. So deeper is better than faster.
Okay, question about that then for students, particularly the gifted students that we've been moving up.
Yeah, that's a whole nother issue.
So have we moved too many kids?
Yes, so our telescoping is out of control. We're doing 5 years of math in 2, and I'm going to tell you fundamentally and philosophically, it's a huge mistake for our kids. You should not be taking 5 years of math in 2 years. It's absolutely ludicrous.
So
we have to figure out, and Mr. Emery went to the restroom, but we have been having very detailed conversations about this all summer about what we're going to do with our current student population that has gone through some advanced telescoping of moving multiple years of mathematics forward. And then what system, that's why I'm telling you K through 12 mathematics is to me the focus for this year. We have some work to do in K through 12 math. We're setting kids up for the long term that they might be speeding through content, but do they really have the content knowledge at the depth and breadth that's going to be necessary to help them when they become the junior and are taking AB calculus?
So is that going to adjust? I mean, are you already working to adjust that with?
Scott and I have been working with Tim Bush and the high school teachers and the math teachers at the middle school. So there's been some K through 12 math conversations where we've brought in all the different levels of math teachers to talk about this trajectory that was created. And we're still honoring some placements for kids. And there's a few parents that have had some choices on, do you really want this or would you rather have this if it was created as an option? Because there were some options that were not created because we just skipped an entire grade level. And just presume that the kid's going to be okay by just skipping the entire grade level of that year of math. So there's been some pushback in that push-pull situation with classroom teachers to have this conversation. But we'll still honor what we're doing with kids. We're not going to hurt any kids, and we're putting supports in place to ensure that they're going to be successful. But it's a mistake for us to be setting kids up to do 5 years of math in 2.
Wow. This is a huge change from really what we were all about.
But you're not talking going away from the compact learning.
No, there'll still be compacting. It's just compacting differently, that it's really 5 years of mathematics in 3 school years, or over the course of potentially 3 school years as an example. There's still going to be compacting. There still will be telescoping that happens. Pick the word that you want to meet the needs of the kids. But it's not 5 and 2 as an example. And Scott's back, so he can jump into the conversation as well. But this has been an interesting thing that Scott's been navigating through very diligently all summer with the math teachers. And now we're going to the parent population and specifically working with them to talk about, here are the needs of your child, because that's what we're focused on, is each individual child, and what can we do to make sure that they're going to be successful.
How are those conversations going?
Positively. I mean, they're intense with the teachers. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend they're not. They are.
How are they going with the parents? Because I can, there are certainly, I've talked to parents, and as one myself, I think about how if your child has the ability to move forward, you want them to move forward as fast as they have the ability to move forward. And, there's a little bit of keeping up with the Joneses to some degree, right? Where, well, hey, this kid got to move ahead 3 grades. How come my kid doesn't get to move ahead 3 grades? Even though I like the conversation you're having, I think it's a great conversation, because understanding material is what education's about. Understanding the world is about what education is about. It isn't just facts. It's, well, how does this fact relate to that fact? So I love the fact there's a conversation. I'm just curious how it's going with parents.
Well, so I'm curious, when you've looked at these numbers, initial numbers, are you able to see kind of how, I mean, we talked about this in a previous meeting, where there are actually kids who were in the accelerated math programs that were performing better than people who were just at grade level to a certain degree, right?
Correct.
So if the numbers are telling us that those kids are actually doing better, to your point, what's the problem?
It's finding the balance of the depth of the content knowledge and what we're asking kids to actually do, both academically and social emotionally, to be successful within that content area. So it's a myriad of issues. The other piece is, for placement purposes, is it a single point of measure? Although we issued the map, or administered the map test 3 times, is it multiple points of measure that basically dictate that the placement's appropriate?
Michael,
And we're not going to resolve this tonight.
Sorry to interrupt you. Is this data driven?
Yeah, that's part of the debate, because
This is an opinion on
Yeah,
pedagogical.
it is. Part of it's debate
strategy.
over, are there multiple points of measures related to the MAP test because it's administered 3 times? And ultimately, does that then equate to a different type of placement for the student? So we're getting off track. This is a big conversation. So it's just an example of, there's work to be done here. And part of what I'm going after is the common understanding. So where it's the relentless focus, when you go back to these questions, are these embedded into the school culture, that this is basically part of just the normal thing called breathing in the school culture when it comes to curriculum? So are we crystal clear about what students have to know and be able to do? Do we have common assessments across grade levels that dictate that although Paul's art of teaching is different than Michael's art of teaching, I can demonstrate, when you give me the common assessment, that I have that skill set that's necessary to be successful, because I basically can produce the results on the common assessment. And it's not teacher driven, where the teacher, I'm going to create a test that's going to ask the questions of what I taught, and then ultimately the kids will be successful. Versus there's a test that's created that is based upon the standards by which I was supposed to teach, and then I'm measured against that to see if in fact I did my job.
Now, so we do the acceleration in science too.
We haven't gone depth and breadth on that. Our focus right now in the conversation has been mathematics, because of the points that the teachers have brought forward. all summer, and Scott's been very diligent in working to meet with them routinely and regularly and keep them into a communication loop to start conversations about what are our options to best meet the needs of kids.
So keep this at a high level. When you're talking about curriculum, and you said it's non-negotiable, who develops the curriculum?
It's actually developed by classroom teachers.
So
through
it's not negotiable.
The standards exist through the Common Core through the state of Ohio.
Sure.
So there's clearly some direction that's provided.
Sure.
Then teachers working with Scott, K-5, and Shirley, 612, and department heads or team leaders or specific grade levels. And I'll just use math as an example. The K through 5 math team's been meeting over the course of the last several weeks. Second grade was here last week. And Scott and I went to see them to see the work that they've actually done with the building principals that are also involved related to a framework that then establishes the specific standards that are going to be taught and what the common assessments are that are put in place to measure those standards that they're going to be held accountable for doing.
The point I was getting at is you had said that the curriculum is non-negotiable, right? Yet I would probably rephrase that if it were me talking, simply because the classroom teachers were integral to development of the curriculum that they are then accountable for teaching, right?
Well, they're incremental in developing the art of bringing them to life for the standards that exist within the Common Core.
They're part of it. They're part of that process.
But part of it's still dictated to them because the standards are the standards that they're going to be held accountable to.
That's across the board.
Yeah.
That's everybody in the state of Ohio.
Yeah.
So that's fine, but they are a part of the process in developing the specific curricula that's used here, right?
Yeah, the New Albany way.
And so the way I like to rephrase those sorts of conversations and discussions is we have a series of agreements. So people are accountable to the agreement that we made together. So the classroom teachers were a part of developing the detailed curricula that's used across in their particular class. And so they're just held accountable to following through on their agreement, just like everybody else is.
Right.
I'm not trying to go in the weeds here, but this is the point. I want to make sure I understand this. So, because this is where I think it gets a little tricky. So when you talked about results and that certain students that were in accelerated classes were outperforming, if there's a change in process to expand that out over 3 years, so you actually you're not actually pushing them as far ahead as quickly as possible. Is there a scenario then where you actually could see math scores dropping for certain, grade levels because you've taken out kids who are really achieving their really good scores. You're taking them out of that group now. So I guess my point is, this is where it gets tricky, because if what we're saying is we want to be number one in these scores, yet what we're finding out is possibly to the benefit of kids long term, taking a step backward in score is a good thing. We're now looking at data, and the data is telling us that we're going backwards when we're actually.
Well, I don't know that we are.
Or is it?
Potentially, I'm saying potentially. This is my point about. I mean, and I know we're not going to get through it all tonight, but I just, as much as I love the data-driven aspect of everything we're doing here, there's the human element of the kids that.
Isn't that their job?
Yeah, but I think it's where it comes back to that's our responsibility, and it's working with each individual kid. Because
Right.
it's not to say that there will never be a kid that's not going to have 3 years or 5 years and 2 or 3 years ultimately access. It could still happen, but it's going to be really more controlled from a standpoint that there's multiple data points that measure that to basically warrant the fact that the kid's getting access to curriculum that fast. It's possible, but generally speaking, to do 5 years of mathematics in 2 years
I'm with
isn't
you.
practical
Yeah.
for the
I don't think
depth
that's
of
what-
understanding
that's not what
of
it's saying.
application. So I understand where you're trying to go, but from a regression standpoint, I don't view it as regression because because right now it's a cost benefit, we'll just use the current 7th grade. So for the number of 7th graders that were accelerated, it's not in our percentile for not meeting the indicator illustrates that there's 39% passage for proficiency for the students that took the 7th grade math test. Now, it's less than 100 kids, ballpark, plus or minus 100 kids, because there were so many kids that were accelerated that took geometry or took the algebra test. These are your true 7th grade students that are taking 7th grade math at grade level. So they're in 7th grade, they're taking 7th grade math, and it's the appropriate placement for them.
Look, I'm sorry to jump in, but if we agree on big picture goals, get them down to specific goals that you're going to be accountable for, and then your job is to have accountability, specific goals for your directors of curriculum and your building principals, then while I may have an opinion on whether a kid should be advanced 5 grades in 2 years, I am completely unqualified to back that opinion up with much of anything other than more opinions. And as long as you're accountable for it,
right,
it's your job. And you know, I don't know. I just don't think.
But at the end of the day, and I think it goes back to where John's trying to go, is we're still accountable for the kids. We're going to do what's in the best interest of the student ultimately, and we're going to make the decision with the family and talk about specifically the best placement for the kid. But currently within the school district, based upon the conversations with the math teachers, there's a level of concern that's been raised over the depth of the content knowledge that a student may possess by skipping grade levels of mathematics.
I'm with you. You guys are missing my point here. I am talking specifically about a test score that we get on a report card that's going to say, now all of a sudden, these numbers have dropped because we have moved these kids who are accelerating down. And I want people to understand there's the long-term goal, but there may be short-term.
So the math score may drop.
Yes, that's my point.
But we want to trust Milligan and Bush to get it done, and they will, right? But you're saying there may be short-term pain on the math scores.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
That's going to happen on this year's report card.
Yes.
Because we accelerated,
Totally
going
get
back
that.
to, we put students into content areas that they were appropriately placed to take, using, and I'll just use 7th grade math as an example. The kids that had the math skills took algebra and geometry. The kids that truly took 7th grade math, I'm a 7th grade math student, I struggle in mathematics. I'm taking 7th grade math at grade level, but I am not accelerated. By putting all of the accelerated kids into the placement, there's a negative consequence that occurs on the report card.
Okay, so be it. One of the challenges, and John, you're right to point it out, because I think we have to confront the truth, right? We have to be transparent about it. We have to make sure that people know.
That's a long way to get there.
I finally got it. It took me a while. I'm a little dense, but I finally got it.
I didn't get where you were going either. But
I know, I tried to.
But one thing I know is that with these aspirational goals that we're talking about putting into place, when it gets down to the building level, the classroom teacher level, we will have failures. We will try things in order to achieve greatness.
That's okay.
That won't work.
Right.
And it's going to suck for a few people, and we'll work through that. But those failures are part of the process, and that's the only way we get there. And it's okay. I don't want to dissuade people from trying stuff they think is going to make a difference. If we tried to advance kids 5 grades in 2 years and found out that was a bad idea, well, the data should show that it was a bad idea, and we're gonna take a step back and we'll regroup. And for those kids, we'll figure out how to help them through that mistake. But that's the way it's going to be. And on balance, we're still going to advance. The district is, if we are really doing the job, then we're going to go from 50 to 40 to 30 to 20 to 10, and we'll be number 1. And along the way, we'll screw some things up.
I think the important piece of where John went is as measured how, because when the newspaper comes out, let's just use front page of the Dispatch. If this reason, we know sitting here, there's a fundamental reason why there were 100 kids still in 7th grade math. And if those kids don't perform to the proficiency level, we have to discover why. But truth be told, sitting here, there's students that struggle in mathematics and or students on an IEP sitting in that grade level. So we've taken the best of the best and put them into the content area for which they need to be. There's a negative consequence when you don't hit the indicator because it's minus an indicator. So then, okay, you'll lose your points. Your PI is going to drop. So this is a compounding effect. We're doing it for the right reason. That's the long game. The short game is the media and how it's approached, because that's not the explanation, because then it looks like, oh, New Albany's making excuses. Let's just be true. They lost 4 indicators. They just have to spin it to explain why. But there actually is a legitimate answer, because when you unpack 7th grade, it's not, the 39% doesn't really represent what it is when you actually look to see who these 100 students are.
So Michael, this is where you have to make sure that we understand what's going on, because we're going to get the questions, you're going to get the questions, and it's not a matter of spinning it. It's a matter of saying, yes, we lost ground on these 4 indicators. Here's what happened. Here's what we are doing to fix it. Here's the timeline we expect that to take. That's an answer. That's not an excuse. That's not a spin.
Accountability
That's
piece
just
of actually confronting the truth. Back
truth.
to your point where we started, because that's where I'm going to tie it to. That's where we started the conversation about the accountability of confronting the truth and just having the honest conversation and exposing the fact that there's a story behind the numbers, because the numbers represent kids and the specific needs of those students. So when you go back to, let's just finish this graphic. And I'm really trying to say this is the focus. No, this is good, because teachers are going to like this from everything that we can figure out, because this is what the teachers have been asking for. Tell us what it is that you expect from us, and we will work to deliver upon it. Back to your point about the goals. So from our vantage point, when I met with leadership and we went through this, asking these really 5 questions. So what is it we expect our students to know is the curriculum? So the what, and the curriculum is the how. What we do when they have to know they've learned, that's the assessments. And in our world, it's common assessments. We would start with, and there's pockets of excellence across the school district. There are some common assessments that exist. We need them in K through 12 mathematics to be solid. So that's why I'm saying math becomes a focal point. Not to say we're not going to do other things in those other areas, but math is a focal point. So once the teacher has actually administered what this was formative pre-assessment, then there's the instruction. So what will we do when some students do not learn it? So could be the MTSS process, it's the supports, it's the tutoring, there's additional support that's needed. The kid might have a learning disability. What's the red flag that goes off? What am I going to do to own the fact that Debbie struggled on this and I need to do something different for Debbie to be successful? That's part of my responsibility. But again, being deliberate to say, you're going to be relentless in answering these 5 questions within the culture of the place called the school district. What will we do when students already know it? So again, Becky shows up. Becky already knows the content. How do I take Becky deeper to discover, okay, deeper is done. Now I need to go faster. So what does that then look like? But we need to basically make sure she's got depth and breadth on the bench. And then the last piece, and Laura's talked about it multiple times tonight, it's the social emotional aspect of the school district. So what do students need socially and emotionally to learn? This becomes really the bullseye, the target. It's the why, the what, and the how that systemically needs to be embedded into the school culture. There have been, from what I can find out, and I've seen a little bit in the last 3 years, about 10 years ago, plus or minus in the school district, there was an attempt to work at instituting professional learning communities within the school district. They were called PLCs. 4 of these 5 questions are directly related to what would be called a professional learning community. They were the 4 questions, and the one that's not is the social emotional one, but it's the other 4 questions that were attempted to be embedded into the school culture about 10 years ago. Significant staff turnover since then. I can't tell you, and I've had this conversation with the principals that have been here, and granted, we've had turnover in leadership as well, that this fundamentally becomes, when you think about the core, this is why we're here, this is what we're supposed to be doing, and this is how we're going to do it. So we're all rowing in the same direction. This becomes the common vocabulary on the certified side of the house. For all teachers, this is the common vocabulary. And to use Olentangy, because he's here, my belief is Wade will tell you that systemically, this is embedded into the culture of Olentangy. This is what demonstrates success in school districts. When the teachers know why they're doing it, what they're supposed to be doing, and how they're going to do it, it will get them rowing in the same direction, and the increase in results are going to happen automatically. So we should see gains in student achievement from research purposes because the research supports it. If you can embed this into the school district, there should be an inherent benefit to student achievement.
And where do you start, Michael? Do you start with curriculum or start with assessment?
It's all at the same
It's all at
time.
the same time.
They're all tied
You
together.
can't do one without the other.
You got to do them together. So it's really the teacher, we give them, that's where it goes back to the curriculum. Okay, what are the standards? And I'll just use second grade math because Scott and I just saw them. They've been working for several weeks throughout the summer. They started first with the standards and ultimately went through the standards to talk specifically about what's required in, I'll just use second grade math. Then created common assessments associated to those standards and are now starting the conversation about, and again, each teacher still retains their own pedagogy, the art of instruction, but how are you going to teach that? And then one of the benefits of that then becomes, going back to Phil's point about how do you make it a safe conversation that I emphasize in the word accountability. So let's just say that we both taught the standard, we did an assessment, it was on a geometry skill. And at the end, your students in your classroom outperform my students when we sit down and go through the student work. So we actually look at student work as a core team of teachers. And we look to see how did our kids score or how did our kids perform across the grade level. And if it shows for some reason that Laura's kids in her classroom outperform both the two of us, then we should be asking Laura, what did you do? Because your kids did far better on this standard than mine. So what can I learn from you, Laura? How does that become a safe conversation, but it's still an accountability conversation? Because we're not using the word accountability, but I'm owning the fact that my results for my kids that I care about and I want my kids to be successful aren't as successful as Laura's.
And are those conversations happening right now?
In parts of the school district, I will say yes. Do I know that it's embedded into the school culture as a daily practice conversation? No, I can't sit here and say that.
One of the things we've discovered is a big key to making it safe is to focus on the what, not the who. You know, it's not about the person that has struggled or that is having a hard time. It's about the fact that we didn't get the results. You know, it's the what, not the who. Now, the who becomes self-evident, but we're focused on the what. And as long as you're focused on the what, then the person who's struggling is more willing to ask for help. If it's always about you screwed up, then that person feels under siege and they're not willing to do anything about it because you go into defense mode. So, that's the culture from a leadership point of view, that we focus on the what, not the who. That's why clear goals and objectives are so important. That's why standard curricula is so important. That's why regular meetings to discuss and confront the truth about what's happening is so important, because it's about the what, not the who.
And using Scott as an example, he's putting the structures in place right now with, okay, what are the K-5 team? When does the K-5 team get together? So ultimately for meeting purposes. When are the principals for the structure of the team leaders? So we have team leaders in core content. So like there's a team leader by grade level for math. So when do those team leaders meet either within their team with the classroom teachers or across grade levels to talk about what that looks like? Because it's part of the trajectory, back to my math example, when we put the high school in the room with the middle school with the elementary, and those math teachers are having a math conversation about 2nd through 12th grade mathematics, and what does this look like for a trajectory of learning for kids to meet their needs, it's a very powerful conversation for them to understand that from a depth standpoint. So this provides the foundation, do you agree, for the mutual understanding of the common expectations of what should be embedded into the school culture, because this defines effective practice. This is effective teaching. This is what we expect that minimally is going to be happen. Going back to one of Paul's questions that we've talked at length about is really the guaranteed and viable curriculum that has fidelity across the grade level. So this provides that. This is your guaranteed and viable curriculum with fidelity across the grade level. It shouldn't matter which one of the 12 teachers in a grade level I get, because at the end of the day, I still have access to the guaranteed and viable curriculum that I'm entitled to as a student.
Well, and if it's that embedded in the culture, doesn't this just become part of the daily conversation?
Yeah.
Right? So we don't have to wait until we get.
No.
test
That's why
results.
this starts on the first day of school.
Yeah.
This gets rolled out at convocation next Tuesday. Ultimately, as this is when it goes back to direction, and we've had a couple conversations with some teachers that have been in the school district doing some curriculum work, and we've alluded to this or just made a comment about it or the work that's currently going on. And I'll use second grade math again because that's the last meeting that Scott and I were at. They think it's refreshing because to them it gets rid of soup du jour. It gets rid of the ambiguity. It gets rid of, okay, we're going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're going to do this until we get extremely good at it, and it's going to start with mathematics. We'll still do other things, but your focus is math. Because our data that's coming back, if it stays the same, has math issues.
I'm just trying to get back to
That's
the
fine.
things that we said we need to accomplish today.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like we already agreed on the statement of purpose, and in the statement of purpose says we want to be the best, right? So we've had discussion about what that means. It's really important discussion. I don't think we have the answers to that yet. But do we have agreement that that really is what we aspire to? That we want to get from wherever we are today to be the best in some time period, in some measurable time period.
I think that is the expectation of this community.
Okay.
I would agree.
Okay.
And to say the best is the right way to say it. I wouldn't even say the best public school. I would say the best.
Yeah, I thought about it, but these conversations have taken place here, and we've said, no, we just want to be the best. So, okay, so
It really is, yeah.
So we have agreement on this. This is a good place to start. So now, the next thing we have to do with regard to this is we have to know where we are today by some measures. So what are the sorts of things that you think are important that this community cares about most in terms of being the best? Is it the state report card, being number one on the state report card?
That would be one of them.
It is, except I just don't think I don't know that that's a fair assessment.
Well,
But yes.
again, we're still at high level aspiration. So, that doesn't mean that's the specific goal that we're targeting for the next 12 months or the next 5 years.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to stay at high level. We'll start getting down to the rest of it, but I think we got to make sure we have agreement on this so we can start diving deeper. So is it state report card, or is there some other measure that I'm not familiar with that is critical, that's important to us?
I think it's going to depend on the stakeholder group.
Okay, so what are some of the other things?
I think, you mentioned it earlier. I think some people look at the list of universities that our kids attend. I think people look at our, I think people look at how much we spend. I think people look at
Our quality index report, our
Yep.
quality report.
Quality profile.
quality
Yeah.
profile. I think people don't care about anything except how we compare with Dublin and Olentangy and Bexley. So, our regional,
Put QP,
Standing.
QP, quality profile.
yeah,
QP doll.
I would just say our comparison with local, with other central Ohio comparison. And those are all different.
Okay, some of these things relate to others. Some of these things are directly causative. Some of these things are a follow from. So if we're number one on the state report card, don't you think it's much more likely that we'll have a higher matriculation rate to select colleges?
Mm-hmm.
If we're number one on the state report card, don't you think it's pretty likely that we'll be better here on QP, quality profile? If we're number one on our state report card, don't you think we're almost certain to outperform our local peer groups?
The quality
But
profile
no.
actually measures something different.
I don't
So
know the
that's
answer to that,
separate.
but I think we can, if you don't want me to, I won't, but
There's
I'd be
elements of the
inclined
quality
to cross this out
profile.
for now, because if we're number one here, we're automatically number one there.
No, I understand. I guess my point is, some people are going to look at A's, B's, and C's.
We haven't
right.
gotten there yet.
I don't think that, to the people that I talk to, the state report card is not as important as the perceived relationship between New Albany and Dublin and Olentangy.
Agree completely. Again, we did agree that our goal is to be the best. And if our goal is to be the best, we have to have some objective measurement of what the best is.
Right.
And we can still aspire to the best on the state report card, because again, by definition, we're anywhere close to the top on this, we're gonna be at the top down here. That's what I'm trying to focus on.
Yeah, okay, but let's not lose sight of the soft side, though. And I know I keep harping back on it, but
Is there a
you know,
measure of it?
we had a number of suicides in this district, not in the not too distant future, which really highlighted the fragility of our kids.
So how can we measure
So how
that,
can we
Laura?
measure that? Is there a student survey of some
There's
sort?
student surveys.
Yeah,
Okay, so student survey.
I'm going to jump in here. I've been fidgeting because I don't want to stop the fact that you're doing a great job working through this. You're mixing up quality profile, which is the soft side,
mhm.
with specific measurements that you're talking about from a board standpoint. And you're right on the money with the measurement piece. The state report card is full of data. I think I would think of it in terms of get more specific.
We haven't gotten there yet.
I know. But as you go down that measurement, for example, our performance index, and the testing does change. Every 3-4 years, you'll see, here, then I'm back down here. People want to know what happened, and the questions that you have on a yearly, on a yearly basis. But look at your performance index and say, okay, here's where we are. Where do we want to be?
Where does that factor?
Card.
It's one of the
So that's
measures.
in here.
Yes.
Okay.
And there are a lot of measurements in that state report card that you can hold. Right now, Mike was talking about the math piece. There's a lot of things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're all, yeah.
Yes, you're heading in the right
What
direction.
I'm trying to do is make sure is gain agreement at each step.
Yes.
So as long as, so we've got agreement right here,
Yes.
right? We're all in agreement here. We have agreement here. We're working on getting agreement as to being the best means on the state report card or something else.
Yes.
I still want to start at the high level. Even if we agree that, yes, this will be the measurement, the state report card, that doesn't mean we're done. It just means that for the high level, that's the ultimate measure. Now,
I think it's one of the ultimate measures.
okay, what's the other?
Well, again, if we look back at what Michael did, the work he's put together here about the why of why we're here, it's the things that we should be measuring are student achievement, student growth, and student well-being.
Okay.
Is the
I like
only
that. Do we
thing
have
that's
objective
not
measures
in the
for all
state report card the emotional piece?
No.
What's missing from the state report card?
Oh, no, the state report card does
It
not
does not.
factor
Social emotional
in or
piece is not in the
measure
report
the-
card.
But
There's
that's
a
the only
growth
thing
element,
missing,
there is
right?
growth, and there's
Growth.
achievement.
That's something you have to develop.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Student well-being is the one thing that
Mhm.
you're identifying as being important. I think it is important. Do we have agreement that student well-being should be one of our high-level?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, before we say yes, keep in mind, we do have to measure it, or it's not a reasonable goal.
That student survey you feel is a good gauge?
There's actually multiple different tools that we could use, and they're really age appropriate. We just haven't done it.
And I think if we're talking about the board's sphere of influence, we also have to have some measure of financial performance.
Keep getting those little,
into being the best.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
those little words you
Yes.
put on the,
Because we don't want to be the best at any prize.
Yeah.
yes.
Right. Clearly not.
I don't have to tell you that.
So
Oh.
let me try to finish this part.
Okay.
All right, so can I cross this one off? Because I think it's.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. I was just making I only wanted to make the point that people have different, someone might say, and I probably shouldn't even, some people might say, athletics. We hear all the time about the Ralph Young Award,
Yep.
Those go into your quality profile.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
All
That's true.
those-
That's true.
Matriculation,
I'm-
athletics.
I'm going to
music,
argue for, I'm sorry.
That's all.
I'm going to argue for crossing off dollars per student, not because it isn't important, but because you've already brought up some measure of financial. I don't know that that's the right one. So we'll include another broad category of
Yeah, that's fine.
financial sustainability.
Yeah.
Tell me about QP again. Is that something that?
It's another report card, but it's one that we create. Michael, you can.
It's meant to come out in tandem with the state report card. It's to illustrate other activities that kids do to give the well-rounded experience. So it can highlight the arts, it can highlight, specifically something in music, but it also does include some academic things because the ACT score prior to now being in the state report card was in the quality profile for your basically what is the mean. SAT was in the quality profile because it wasn't in the state report card. Now the prepared for success indicator is live in the report card. So the ACT is being recorded now by the state. Before it was in the quality profile. So now it will be an overlap. It could be in both places.
So Michael, when you're talking about being 30 to 50, that's under which of these measures?
State report card.
Okay. And then is the performance index another sort of ACT,
That's
SAT?
all part of
you'll-
the state
That's
report
in the
card.
state.
It's if you take all of the tests the kids take in grades 3 through 8 plus the high school, and you put them all into the composite for the aggregate, it gives you a PI ranking. So you're ranked to see the overall performance index or the performance of all kids across your entire school population against all the other schools.
And is that the one that measures growth,
No, that's value added.
value added?
That's
So-
separate. That's in the state report card.
Yeah.
Is QP a measurement, an instrument that is used across districts?
It's
Not all
used, not all districts. The high achieving
It's high
districts
achieving
generally
districts,
use it.
so we would
Because you
that.
want to
Is
tell
it the
the,
same instrument that's used across those districts?
no,
No.
it's created at the local level.
So I would,
Are there similar components?
There are,
Yes,
yeah.
but could they look different this year because of the report card?
so
Yes.
remember, we have agreement here about being the best. If we're arguing to use an instrument that is inconsistent at best across some peer districts and not used at others, isn't it difficult to say we're the best in using this particular?
I
I
understand.
think some of the data in the quality profile, it would be a good measurement.
I'm sure it is.
But it's
But how
not
do you say the
consistent
best
across
is-
all.
Right.
So I think it's hard to use this in order to be aspirational and say we're the best.
To compare ourselves.
So here's what we're left with. We're left with, to be the best, it starts with, one item is the state report card. I think the group has argued pretty strongly, you leading the charge on this. Measurement of that is critical. And do we have agreement that that's another significant aspiration that we want to have, that student well-being is really important? And do we have an objective way of measuring it?
In my organization, we call that the people measure, right? How are our students doing and how are our staff and faculty doing? So I don't know if that's, I guess I would approach it as there's some sort of survey that covers both.
Yeah, do we have instruments we can use?
There's instruments that can be used for
Are
that.
there instruments that are used by other districts that are used, that have the same measurement that we can compare to?
You'd probably have to use the Gallup survey to get the national data that would then be disaggregated by state.
Okay.
You can't say that all 611 school districts are going to use the same student survey because they're not.
That's
There is
okay, but that's
there
what
is a
sounds like.
pool. There is a pool of some type that would be applicable to some state and national surveys that are available.
Okay. Is it an instrument of these instruments that we use now?
No.
Okay. Are you comfortable adding that?
Yeah.
Okay. So are we comfortable that that's?
And that's for student and staff or just
It
student?
can be both. There's a student, staff, and community. There's actually a parent survey as well.
You have to have something like, you have to have something like that, because, again, if achieving higher results on the state report card comes at the expense, and I'm not saying that they're mutually exclusive, but if it comes at the expense of all these other educational opportunities, the question then becomes,
What do you value?
right?
I think this is great, personally. I just want to make sure that we have agreement.
Yeah.
No,
I think
it's good.
You have to have something other than this
Okay.
straight up
So
academics.
we have agreement on this, and we have agreement on this, although I don't know what the instrument is yet.
Well,
just to-
I just want to interject that I have run the Gallup survey, and it takes a lot of time and work and manpower. So I'm not sure,
I don't know that that's the tool. I'm just using it as an example.
or any survey.
There are other tools that become available. So it just comes down to what we would choose to do and which grade level.
Yeah, that's the key, and it has to be an objective measurement. It has to be something that has comparators that are close enough, that are similar enough that we can aspire to that level of greatness, right? To be the best at that. And I think it is important that we say, okay, yeah, we're driven hard for academic outcomes and meeting the needs of each kid academically, but you know what? We don't want to push them over the edge, right? So I think this is good. Financial sustainability. I mean, tell me what it is you want to put here as an aspirational goal.
Well, the question is, how do we make, what measurements are there to say we're the best?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at all, that's why a lot like Olentangy, the reason that we used the per pupil expenditure was because all school districts, that's measured. And it's
Right.
the same,
And it's actually not going to be part of the report card.
right?
Right, but how do you,
Yeah, it's-
I don't know how you can compare with another district on, other than to say, okay, well, we did it cheaper, but we don't know if it was more effective.
I don't know the answer to that yet. My term would be financial sustainability. It is.
Well, because it's a different thing. I mean, what is the point of the comparison to another district and their cost per pupil? For efficiency?
Yeah, how do they do it?
Yeah.
If they're outperforming you at a lower dollar amount, why
Right.
don't you get your act together and start doing
Right.
it better?
So Olentangy is a great example. I'm way up here on performance index and my expenditure per pupil is way down here. What are they doing differently? How are they achieving so much more than we are at such a low cost?
Well, but then you have, okay, they're also 4 times the size we are. So when you get to be that, right? Sometimes when you get to be a certain size, there's
Which is
why-
why,
Economies of scale.
Yeah.
It can also go the other way.
Yeah.
Sometimes larger organizations are
It's
more
meant to be the
cumbersome and
equalizer
Yeah.
in the
require
cup
even
report.
greater resources.
well,
Well, yeah, and that could very well be the case. I don't know.
so
But there's
you could use
efficiency.
but you could use your 20 peer districts because those are supposed to be the same size,
They're the same size, same socioeconomic.
So you could use that.
But that would be more of an efficiency thing. Sorry.
No,
It'd be more an efficiency thing than a sustainability thing.
So how do you
Right.
measure that?
Right.
And what
Not a-
do we mean by, let's define sustainability.
Yeah, for how
Does
long?
that mean
Never
no
going.
new levies ever? Or does that mean that we are, no new levies for 3 years or 5 years? What does that mean? Because I think we need to really see if we have consensus around that idea too.
Or does it even mean no new levies? I mean, I don't
That's what I
know the
mean,
answer to that.
forever? Yeah, we need to figure that out.
And there's one other element that we talked about that I really liked, which is, I think under the heading of to be the best, it would be to be the employer of choice.
Ooh.
Like one of the best workplaces in the state. get that award of, a place people really want to work.
Or again, that could be, survey work as well, 12 questions that matter, the Gallup, anything you want. I'm sure there's educational ones.
Debbie, would you expand on that? What does employer of choice mean?
Well,
Does that mean where you come to work or where businesses come to locate?
no, where teachers are dying to come work because it's such
And
a great
administrators.
environment.
Oh, school people.
Yes,
Yeah,
school
coming in.
people.
Teachers, administrators, low turnover would be one measure that I would use.
Okay.
And job satisfaction.
Okay.
Number of applicants for positions.
And if you combine those elements, employer of choice with financial sustainability or cost per pupil or whatever measurement we eventually agree on, whatever that happens to be, then it's a self-regulating process. It means you're not the employer of choice because you pay the most, you spend the most money. It's because you have the best environment, the best culture. That's how I look at it.
The climate. Paul, what were you going to say earlier?
No, we were on the financial, and I don't really know the answer how to define that. I struggle with dollars per pupil just because it is, I agree with you, it's just very focused on efficiency. Whether it's sustainable finance is defined as taking, we don't have to be like everybody else. Maybe it's not something we can benchmark against others, but we know our community, right? How do we push that 5-year forecast out 10 or 15 years? How do we forecast out where the growth in the student population starts declining? How do we get even more transparent beyond the states, where you've set us up with the treasurer's office? How do we? Those are aspirational things to make our community even more informed around the short term. How much money we spend on pizza, right? Versus. What is this? What is this? I understand. I explained that. You explained that very well to me. But is there another measure around, just aspirationally, how do we look at our, no surprises to me, is a financial sustainability.
Well, I think that then takes you away then. I agree. I understand what you're saying, but you're not going to be the best because you're not comparing yourself to, and I don't know that matters to the board, but you're not comparing to.
I don't have a benchmark. Not everybody has adopted what they'll adopt when we
Right.
should put this in place.
Yeah, the only
Right.
measure
Right,
you
so-
can look at that is that's used by all districts is dollars per student.
Right.
And that's the only.
And if we don't feel like that's really measuring what we want to measure, then we're not going to be the best at something. We're just going to measure something else.
That's
It's-
right.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily under the best. It's the how.
But you still, you do need to measure yourself financially
Yeah.
for your.
You're going to be compared publicly on it no matter what, because the dispatch is going to
Cost per
publish the
pupil.
list.
Well, let's put it up there as a measure. It's
Which one?
one
You still want to make
cost
it the
per
only
pupil.
measure.
No,
You are the
right.
stewards of the taxpayer.
It's one measure that everybody uses at least.
Yeah, this is the one though that's going, in addition to everything else, is going to require a lot of explanation because until the state figures it out,
Yeah.
and I can say that, even with our 20 peer districts, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but they're probably, whether it's a corporate tax base or they're getting more from the state, I mean, we are not getting any help. And so it's going, even if our numbers are lower, our people are still paying more.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, it's,
Right.
Which actually is, it's okay because that is our reality.
yes, but again, it's our reality, but again, it's going to come back to, at what point does being the best and financial sustainability come to the head?
We
Yeah.
don't know
I know, but that day's coming. And
because.
so,
But in the example you just gave, you could change the pool because just go where you just went. So your cost per pupil measured by the 26 school districts that receive $562 from the state that get below the state level threshold for minimum school funding. Because then it's not the 20,
okay,
because
so
not
you
all
can
the
actually-
20,
yeah.
because we're in a different pool of 26. There's 26 districts in the state that get the 562.
Yeah.
So that would be a different cost per pupil comparison than using the 20 list.
Okay.
And don't get me wrong, as long as we're okay with everything doesn't have to be the best, like we're the best of, then you find some other way to measure it, like Paul was talking about. But
Right.
if the goal of the board is to be the best,
This is
then you have to
this is the
measure
best.
against.
Without pushing people to, our kids to, beyond or over the edge, right? We have to be financially sustainable. Here's a measure, dollars per student, and employer of choice. I think some of these things are inherently at
Connected.
odds
Mhm.
and self-supporting. That's a good thing in my view. We may not be the lowest cost per student, but our reality is this is how much money we have. And if we create a culture that is the employer of choice, we still have competitive wages. We still have competitive benefits. If we have a culture that is driven to high achievement and supporting teachers and driving toward great results, we'll be the employer of choice. We don't have to be the high pay.
But we don't have to be the lowest either, right? I mean,
No.
that's to Becky's point. That's why I don't like using that only as the only measure.
Well, maybe the other place you go then, because it's something else you talked about. So instead of just the dollars per student, so take the dollars per student, but what's your bang for your buck? So what opportunities do we provide compared to the other school districts for their cost per pupil? So when you look at the programs or services that are given to kids, educational opportunities, the advanced placements, the extracurricular activities, the social emotional pieces and parts. What are those other things that ultimately represent, beyond the dollar amount, what's the program?
So do we agree on these things? Check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark.
I think we agree on check mark,
Yes, we got it.
as opposed to stars.
I don't know what the word sustainability means, though.
We haven't defined a
Yeah,
lot
we
of
gotta
this
work
stuff
on
yet.
that.
We haven't just
Yeah.
defined student well-being either.
Right.
We haven't really defined employer of choice. I'm still trying to get high-level things so that now we can drill into, okay, what do these things mean? And, what does our superintendent believe he can accomplish? Where are we today in terms of our state report card? So, all right, we're 50. We aspire to number one. What are we going to accomplish? What are we going to set ourselves to accomplish over the next 5 years? And then we back that up. And what are we going to set ourselves to accomplish this year so we get to our 5-year goal?
Phil, can we back up here? I'm sensing Laura as being very hesitant. I think you're on the right track. I think we need to have some conversation over that piece. Or am I sensing that incorrectly?
No, you're sensing a level of discomfort.
Anxiety.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's talk
Yeah.
about it. What's
I am not 100% convinced that if this district reaches number one in the state report card, that I'm going to feel we're the best district in the state of Ohio. Because some of these things, and I keep going back to the soft side of things,
yes.
are more important to me personally than that number one ranking. It is important to me that our kids are challenged academically, that our kids have a broad and deep variety of opportunities that they can choose from, that we have a strong co-curricular program, that we have supports in place for kids who need not only academic support, but the emotional support that they need in order to succeed. And I'm just afraid, the jury's out on this state report card anyway. There aren't people clamoring down the door saying this is the best thing since sliced bread. It keeps changing. Every time you turn around,
And it
the
will continue
measures
to change.
change. And to me, it's one piece, but I wouldn't make it the most important piece of measuring the strength of the school district if you are truly student-centered. It's important. Those things are important, right?
Okay,
But-
excuse me for interrupting. I'm gonna take you back to the expectations. I think most of what I heard was achievement outcomes. And that is a measurement. That's not, I would agree with you, that's not the only measurement. That is a measurement. I also agree that student well-being needs to be part of that. I guess that when you start at the top, Phil, when you say to be the best, are we going to have a specific definition of what the best means to us?
We do have it.
Oh, it's here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not good, not
Well,
better, not incremental, not
we
second, third, or
do. I-
fifth, but the
No,
best.
but also we're talking about developmental outcomes.
Could I clarify, was this developed by the board?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we've defined what best means.
It's right here.
Look, you chuckled when I said it. I saw you chuckle when I said not just the best public school. I mean, I think people in this community really expect us to be the best.
Absolutely.
End. The end.
I
period.
guess I only chuckled because been there, done that.
Yeah, no, I mean, but I mean, it doesn't matter what it is.
Yes. Yes.
And I guess that's,
And I think you're right on the right track here. I mean, we're heading in the right direction. I just want to make sure we back up to address the nervousness, the anxiety, go ahead, Paul.
I was going to suggest, I was reading the check marks as sort of a comprehensive, the beginnings of a definition of how we might define as a board the best, inclusive of outcomes as measured by the report card, inclusive of outcomes as measured by Gallup or other surveys of our students and alumni around student well-being, things we do around our staff and faculty around employer of choice and what that means and how we measure it, and then something how we look to the community relative to taxpayers around financial sustainability. So I was viewing this as not just defining it all around the state report card, and I thought that your concerns would be alleviated with the student well-being.
And I like your choice of,
Well, maybe they are. Maybe I'm just, I've got the definition in my mind of student well-being is too narrow, but I'm also thinking about the non-academic parts of what makes school fun for kids and what builds leadership abilities. And
So how do we quantify that?
The co-curricular participation levels
Right.
or the
Okay,
number of
that's
clubs that are
quantifiable.
available for, or after-school activities even
Yeah.
that are available for kids in
Can
grades
I
2,
add
5 or
to that?
something
I know
like
what
that.
you're saying.
Yeah,
There are sub-data points under each one of those.
But I think it's where Phil's going next.
Yes.
yes.
I'm not sure he's,
But it's also why I put the
What-
QP up there, because I
Yeah.
feel like that captures all of those things
I-
you're referencing.
I think that the QP is, even though, we've given ourselves a bit of a break in terms of the financial measurement by saying that we don't necessarily have to have other districts that we can compare ourselves directly to. And I would submit that QP is a critically
Quality of life of the
important
students, yeah.
piece. And even though maybe we can't compare ourselves to other districts point by point by point, we still can chart trends and levels of participation and number of APs that kids are taking.
And we can compare ourselves year over year on our
Mhm.
QP.
It's a
Yeah.
data point that we could try to find out, because truth be told, the QP, when it was put in place to basically benefit high achieving school districts, because it had data that it represented that was not reflected upon the report card. So high achieving school districts went after the QP as a way to tell their story, because your report card's misleading for high achieving school districts. Because those other data elements that are important with your community, like the ACT mean, wasn't on the report card. But it's important in high achieving school districts when you go back to matriculation. The SAT, the remediation rate, all those things were what high achieving school districts cared about. And then beyond that, to your point, the student participation, it goes back to the whole child element. So there's a
Right.
whole child element that's represented in the QP. So the comparison pool, back to your point about cost per pupil, could be the comparison pool for QP is going to be high achieving school districts.
so I really like the way Paul framed it, that these things are inclusive, that it is, the idea behind these check marks is, this is the sense of our agreement that all of these things are important. That first and foremost, because we say it, first and foremost, that academics are our primary mission, but it isn't everything, right? That's why it's state report card, inclusive of student well-being, whatever that measurement is, inclusive of financial management, inclusive of employer of choice. I just like that word that he chose. Does that, and one more thing, since I don't know enough about QP, if we put that back in, does that allay your concerns adequately?
It does.
How about everybody else?
I'd
And I
like
would-
to see it on there.
I would only, I would like it in there. Again, I think Michael alluded to the fact that as long as we're, again, in terms of confronting the truth, it sounds like if we put in against every other school in Ohio, that
We don't all do it.
I'm sorry. Okay, so, but he said it was benefiting the,
High achieving
High
school
achieving school
districts
districts.
publish a QP because you want to tell the rest of your story
Okay.
about other things that are valued within your community that might not be valued in an urban school district. So they don't publish a QP. The QP is not a requirement.
so I'm fine.
And I'm probably jumping ahead here, Phil. I'm with you completely on all this. The piece that I think that we've got to get to and have some additional direction on is, of those measurements, to be the best. At some point, there will come a need to prioritize one over the other. So, for example, if there's that one last A- on a state report card, that if it's an A, it means we've, had to do something to knock down our QP score. Whatever. Let's use an example.
Or impact our financial situation, maybe.
Whatever, yeah. Or, do we say, we're going for that A at this expense?
And that's when there'll be 5 people sitting around a room, plus the superintendent, plus the treasurer, and we're gonna have it out. I mean, we're gonna
That's
debate the
fine.
point,
That's
and we'll make a judgment, because then that's where humans get to do the work of making a judgment. It's not gonna go into a computer program. I have no expectation that we're gonna put this into a computer program and it'll tell us what to do next, because that's what we were elected and hired to do, was to make those judgments. And we'll make those judgments. I don't know what the judgment's gonna be necessarily. I can't predetermine what the answer is gonna be. But when those questions come up, we'll argue it and we'll have it out.
totally with you. I just wanted it on the record that that's
what's gonna happen.
That's what's going to drive your discussion.
As long as that's what drives the discussion, I'm comfortable that any answer we come up with is going to be within these guardrails that we establish of where we're going. And it's gonna be fine by me.
okay, then I'm for it. I just felt that needed to be addressed. The only other thing I would say is we've got to now dig down specifically on some of these things. What does well-being mean?
But now we can, because we're not talking about 20 things, we're talking about 5.
That's right. Yeah. This was fun.
Okay, break, yes,
Already?
already.
Restroom break.
I took one.
You see?
All of a sudden,
Although I
it's
had
Where were you planning to take this now?
It's just what we were going to talk about.
That's what we're talking about right now, as soon as they get
Ready to go?
settled to go.
Good.
Great work, by the way. You're on the right track. To me, the goal piece, you have the core foundations in place. I think it's a good time to set it aside now. Think about what's been put up there. I also have told both Laura and Phil, and I'll share with everyone to get you a better idea of what those subgroups might look like. Believe me, I'm not saying you have to copy them. It's just get you an idea in your head. We had 23 data points on the exact state report card, student well-being, finance, and we didn't say employer of choice. We went to the operations end. So we'll send you that example, because you really have to get to the specifics of what you want on those goals. You have one, maybe two more work sessions where you're really pounding it out. I would highly encourage you to continue to function as you have. I think everyone has participated, everyone's been involved, everyone has been very upfront and honest. So continue to do that. You don't need me here for that. You guys are doing just fine. Continue to do that, but we'll set that aside. I would like to get through both the governance end of things on this agenda and the communication protocols, and then call it a night. And I think the next step is actually having, you guys have work sessions? Okay, having the work sessions to start pounding out those specifics. That would be the next step.
One question, 23 data points for me seems like a lot of measures.
Yeah, and believe me, like you don't have to
I'm
call.
just curious how that went, or did that become lost?
It's been fantastic actually, and most of, as we go through that, and of course I think back of when I first got there, the academic piece was already in place from the data point standpoint. We added the finance, we had the operations. So most of the work happened the very first year we added those, because we were having the same conversation. What does financial stability look like? How do you measure financial stability? How do you measure operations? I meant to say while you were up there, we even talked a little bit about audits. How well does your audit go? That was part of the measuring point of financial. So
Becky just trying to find a gimme for her goals.
yeah.
Can you blame me?
Whatever.
Not at all.
But I also,
Where's your
you can develop your own piece. I told Becky on the finance piece, we had a guy by the name of John Shear that had this formula that produced return on investment. And to the finance people in the community, they loved it. Loved it, didn't they? Mm-hmm. That's what we used. That was part of it. So I don't want you to limit yourself just to what you can get your hands on from a state report card standpoint. So we'll leave that go. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I'd like to put it back to Michael, because ultimately this gets to what the board's goals are for you and for the district, for which you'll be accountable. And then you will have to figure out what the goals are for each of your groups in order to get to your goals that you're accountable for. So
now, when you say, Phil, put it back to Michael, you mean he should be coming to you?
He needs to start thinking about it and coming back to us with, where are we today? What are the measurements today? As soon as the report card is done, as soon as the data is done, where are we today? So that we can then discuss and agree on, all right, what are our reach goals?
I think you're there. I mean, or if you're not specifically there, correct? You know what he's wanting.
Yeah, I know what he wants. We don't have all the data yet.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
You can't have it, but he knows what you want.
So what else is new?
Now let's quickly jump into this governance piece, because the role, function, and responsibilities that is vital to the effectiveness of the board. And very quickly, I was going to do this where we get up like we did before, but we're going to do this very quickly. I've always said in organizations, everybody in an organization has a function, and everybody in an organization has a purpose. and usually you have confrontation or angst or whatever that may be when function and purpose don't go together. So I want you to quickly jot down, what do you think your function is? Function is what you do, and purpose is why you do it. So, and very quickly, from a standpoint of you as a board member, or you as a superintendent, or you as a treasurer, what's your function? What's your purpose? And then we'll just have that conversation here as soon as I'll go around and say, what's your function? What's your purpose? There is some methods to the madness, so I'll let you know what that is once we start talking about it. Function is what you do specifically in your role as a fill in the blank. Purpose is why you do it. Somebody set the alarm and say it's time for us to go, or what? We'll give you a couple more minutes here, and then we'll start around the table and just start sharing with the group. Are we ready?
That was a couple of minutes.
Yeah, that was quick.
You said, Phil, you said quick, fast.
That was a couple of minutes.
That's accelerating.
Yeah,
minutes.
those were only Tangy minutes. As we're finishing up, just a viewpoint from being a superintendent in 3 different districts, and talking about the governance and the roles and the functions of a board and a superintendent. We always talked about the 30,000-foot view. That's where boards should always be. And talked about the down in the trench view, and that's where the superintendent and the staff gets. And some of my most interesting conversations always took place when board members started getting down into on the ground level. And again, I think you're already there in regard to being able to have the conversation. It was, our key word was always, you need to get back up there where you belong. And that's not mean, that's just, they understood what we were talking about. So we're speaking the same language. You need to get back up there where you belong.
That's what I say to you, get back in your helicopter.
Yeah.
That's what that
Yeah.
means.
Because you're getting down in there where you don't belong. And you understood completely. And that always worked for me. Anyway.
That's funny.
So, what's your function?
Yeah,
What's
see
your
how
purpose?
that works.
Believe me, it would work well with me. It always has for 15 years. Who wants to start?
I can start. I said, provide direction to the superintendent and treasurer to lead the district, and why to best serve needs of kids in our schools.
Okay, very good. Paul?
Function is a volunteer consultant to the New Albany leadership with voting rights representing the community. And my purpose is to build a better educational future for our kids.
Very good. Thank you. John?
I had to provide direction for our superintendent and treasurer, and to serve the community and see that our district is providing the best possible education for our kids.
Excellent. Thank you. Becky?
Manage and protect district assets so that Michael and the board have the resources they need for the student needs.
Very good. Michael?
I said lead and empower the creation of educational opportunities for student success. And the purpose or the why is that education is the equalizer for all of our kids.
Very good. Laura?
Help define the what and the why, the mission and vision, to serve as a liaison with the community, to ask questions, to inspire, and to promote the school district.
Mhm.
And the purpose is to advocate for kids and to lead the district towards providing a strong academic and developmental program for the children of our community.
Very good, thank you. Phil?
To do what I said I would do to represent the community that elected me.
Mhm.
I take the responsibility seriously.
Yep.
To act as, to provide guidance and leadership to the administration of the district, working with the other members of the board.
Yep.
And the purpose is because education matters.
Very good. And the main reason we went around the table to say, what's your function, what's your purpose is probably, I hope by now, clear. I think most all of you had the same purpose, which is good, by the way. All of you also had different functions. You know, what I do is much different than why I do it. And if why you do it is much different from everybody else, and I didn't hear that around the table. I heard specifically, I'm basically in it for the fact that education is vitally important. The students of this school district mean a lot to me, you know, on and on and on. If that doesn't come out unanimously, that's when we all have to start looking from within saying, well, you know, maybe either we're sending the wrong message or we've picked up the wrong reason to be here, whatever that may be, but that's not the case. So I think, again, we're on a very positive track. So let's have that conversation about roles. And I kind of, you know, jabbed Phil a little bit when he said, well, see if I'm going to get there or not. Let's talk about that. What is the role?
How often would you have somebody admit that they're on the board to be a social climber, or they're on the board to?
Oh, I've heard
Three.
people say
I
to
get
fight
three.
a football coach.
To be
or,
specific,
I mean, stuff like that.
three times that's happened to me. In my,
I shouldn't be surprised. Okay,
I've had
never
one.
mind.
yeah.
Okay.
You could
At least they're honest.
And you're right, but it also gets back to the roles and the functions and the responsibility. It kind of tells you a little bit about, that was a challenge. That was an absolute challenge when you're right, when at least they came out and admitted it. Well, it's not really that important. Okay, we need to have a talk then. But at any rate, that's not here, so we'll move on to the specific roles and responsibilities of board members, superintendents, and treasurers. Are you comfortable having that conversation? Because again, the angst and anxiety comes along when we get outside of our function and get into someone else's function, and how do we react to that? Anybody want to, throw something out there as far as your opinion on that and what you feel your specific role should be, and do we have it right?
As individual board members?
Yes.
I think people have a tendency in any number of situations to kind of begin to have their own little personal fiefdom.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Whether that's in an office environment or on a board or wherever. People have a certain way they like to operate, and they don't like other people invading their territory. I don't get that sense here.
No.
I think the five of us have, figured out how to work with each other, and so I don't know that there are issues, or we would have any. The only thing the only other role that I have as vice president of the board is, just like any vice president, I do nothing unless Lauren,
Isn't able to make a meeting.
Just become sick. On vacation.
I think we should walk you over next time.
John, what do you feel, from a role and responsibility standpoint? And I totally appreciate your comment on board to board. How about board to superintendent, board to treasurer? What does that relationship look like?
A board of directors. Michael's the CEO.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So he's driving the train for the most part.
Mhm.
Our job is to put lay the train tracks, put the guardrails down.
Okay.
Particularly as we've been talking about here, I mean, we're setting the destination,
Yes.
okay? But he's
Yes.
driving the car.
Yep.
And so, I mean, we have to hold him accountable for that, but we also have to give him the flexibility to take the detour when he wants to, or, make the pit stop when he needs to, as long as we still know that we're heading in the same direction.
Okay. Thank you. Debbie, what are your thoughts? Board to board.
I mean, John and I had very similar. I don't know. I need to think more about it. I'm not sure if there's much more to add to what John said.
Yeah. Okay. How about board to superintendent, board to treasurer?
Again, really, I agree with everything John said. It's really just to be at the 30,000 foot level, and all of us gain alignment on giving them direction, and then giving them the support they need to be successful.
Okay. Thank you. Phil?
So I think John put it actually really, really well. So I don't feel compelled to add much of anything to his comments. One thing I would add, however, as it relates to my own experience in an executive and board role, is that you can't be effective unless you're empowering people below you in the organization to execute on what they've agreed to do, right? So micromanagement is almost always harmful. So I don't practice it. I also don't want to do other people's jobs. I have my own.
Amen.
Including this one.
Yes.
Where I'd like to add a little bit of a difference is nothing's off the table for me either.
Right.
Within the organizations that I'm a part of, while I certainly want to empower people and it's their job to get the job done, and I'm not going to tell them how to do it. If I have a question about what's going on, I expect to be able to ask the question, and I expect to get an answer, even if that answer is down at ground level, even if that question is down at ground level.
Yeah.
They should expect that once they give me an answer, as long as it's a truthful, complete answer, that I'll let them do their jobs, that I'm not going to tell them what to do after that. But I still get to ask the question.
Absolutely.
And I feel the same way here. I still get to ask the question. Nothing's off the table, but it is their job to do their job.
Right.
They should expect for me not to interfere in them doing their job.
Right.
Asking a question and expecting them to answer it, even if they have to come back to me with an answer, I don't think is interference.
It is not.
I think it's part of my job to.
I guess maybe I should, I think I believe, I might be wrong, I think you're making that statement in regard to my telling, people to get back up. I guess I should clarify this. You're right, there are no bad questions. I think the line of, where the line of communication breaks is when, one thing I always told board members, I'm never going to let you get blindsided, and I ask the same. So if you have questions, absolutely ask those questions.
Yep.
But make sure those questions, and I'll say in times when you've had to get them back up to the helicopter level, you get a call, hello, such and such is in the building harassing the math teacher, wanting to know why he's teaching equations the way that he is. That's down on the level where you have to pull them in, and it may not have happened like that specifically, but it was close to that. We have to pull them in and say, no. We have superintendents, principals, so on and so forth. You can ask the question, but there's a specific way to ask the question and a specific protocol, and that's here because, and I'm sure Michael's the same way, and Becky both. They're not going to let you get blindsided. If something happens, they're going to call and say, look, this is coming.
Maybe they won't, but we don't, until we work with
Right.
I mean, I've worked with Becky now 5 years. I've known Michael for several years as
Sure.
well. But what really is the driver behind my comment isn't anything that happened today.
Okay.
It's from the moment I was elected, it felt like there was an effort to manage the board right? Where there was an administrative effort to manage the board. There were folks who came in and said, "Here's the board's responsibility. It felt like I was being worked, right?" And fortunately, I've known Michael and Becky long enough to know that that's not a problem. But and then the topic comes up again today, and it's like, okay, so yeah, it's their job, and I have enough executive experience to know I'm not going to tell a teacher what to do because I don't know what a teacher should do. It's Michael's job and his administrator's job, but I get to ask questions.
Thank you for that clarification.
That's all.
Paul?
I guess I appreciate your comment earlier about purpose and going around the room, because I think that's where maybe if you were here in January, maybe there'd been some doubt of whether we all had the same purpose in the room. And I think once everybody got aligned that we all have the same purpose, perhaps different ways of going about it, that that has made this session very productive as we've been very recently. The functionality, you described it with board to board. I mean, I think John, Phil, Debbie all said the way, I think we said it differently, but in many respects, we're all 30,000 foot and trying to be helpful.
Right.
I with respect to board to administration, I guess you guys have to tell us. Tell us if we're down in the weeds or jumping out of the helicopter. Because I sometimes question when you get an email, like, do I send this to Becky? Do I send this to Michael? Do I just answer the question? And so I'm learning too. So I guess that's as for the upward communication or downward, however you want to do it, if things come up. But
Well put. Thank you. And I think the main vein of that, Paul, is keeping that line of communication open. When you said, if I get somewhere, and that goes both ways too, because I don't want anyone to think that sometimes superintendent can get up in there in places that they don't belong, or treasure.
Never.
So we have to have, it's a give and take. There's no doubt about that.
One amendment, I can say, with respect to the function and the role that I would have said, I said, representing the community, but I think that's important, I think, for us working with Michael and Becky, that we're bringing that viewpoint to the decisions they're trying to make and driving the district forward so that it's cohesive with what the community is trying to do.
Sure. And I think you all know this, you've been board members, you get, how you doing is the key word when you run into people with what's going on at school. You have to be able to address that and maneuver and navigate all those things. And that's very common and actually very healthy. Laura?
Yeah, I think we do definitely, we obviously represent the community, but I guess I see it almost as that we're the liaison really between the community and the professionals here. And that part of our responsibility is to ask the questions that someone might ask us. And I agree with you entirely that, no question is out of bounds. So I think that I always try and remember that by myself, I'm another community member. The only way that I can make a difference is by convincing a majority of the others on the board of my position. And sometimes that's frustrating, frankly, because I have some very good ideas and left to my own devices, I would be very successful. But I have to drag these people along with me.
At least two others, right?
Yes, that's right. So, no, I just think that's really
transparent communication.
That's right.
Of course, I could be dead and then we wouldn't have
And then we have everything John said.
That's right. No, I just think that's something that it took me a long time to figure out as a new board member.
Sure.
That by myself, I have no power. It's only when we can act together that we can get anything done. And I think the only other thing I want to say about the relationship with Becky and Michael is that I see them very much as the professionals who know the things that we obviously do not know. Yes. And in my mind, our contribution is in terms of determining what we're going to do and communicating to the community why we're going to do it. But their real work is all about the how is it going to get done, the when is it going to get done, the what are we going to do to accomplish the goal. And I think if I can always try and keep that in the back of my mind, that it's very helpful.
Absolutely. How about you two?
I agree with what they said about the board's roles. I think sometimes there's confusion about what our roles are, because I don't report to Michael, I report to the board. Michael reports to the board.
That's correct.
Having said that, I have to work very closely with Michael, because at the end of the day, Michael's running the district. Michael's the person making the decisions that get us to the goals that the board sets for us. It's my job to push back, and typically that happens before we get to board meetings. So, and some folks have witnessed that, so it's not like it doesn't happen, but it should happen I think it should happen before we get to board meetings. Because it never works out to have those arguments. Not that I haven't pushed back in board meetings even. I think it was a year or two ago when we were talking about the 5-year forecast. And Dr. Domini had so many FTEs that she wanted to add, and then talked about adding more. And so my pushback was, but if you do that, for everyone, it's costing this, and this is the impact. But I'm not sure that everyone understands that that's the role here, and that,
Right.
And I completely agree that Michael should run the district. That's his role. Not that I shouldn't tell him when he's spending too much money. I'll never let the board be surprised. If he wants to add certain projects or programs, they'll know what the cost is, they'll know what the impact is, and I'll do that in public. But we've usually had that conversation before it ever gets this far.
Yep.
I don't disagree with anything that was said. Becky kind of went to the one place I was going to go. I appreciate, and really it's more for our benefit, back to why it's on the agenda. Just because of the change in leadership, it gives us an opportunity to pause, to make sure we understand what you think your role is versus what we think your role is, to have the deliberate conversation. So we do appreciate the fact that each of you did say what you thought the role was. Because I'm the one that talked to Laura about putting this on the agenda deliberately, just for my benefit, because when you had the conversation in January, it's different than having the conversation today. So I have to understand firsthand, what is your perspective? What is your belief system? What do you think your role is? And I agree that there's really nothing that's out of bounds that you can't ask a question about, because the two-way communication is only going to make us stronger, so that we understand. So is this a personal question, or is this a question you heard within the community? Because if one person has the question, 10 people have the question. Perhaps. Is it something else that we need to figure out how to communicate differently about? So I think the diversity of the thought process really, because you're like the thought partners, is kind of how I view it. When you come to the table, that diversity strengthens us as a school district. For the two of us, I mean, we've gotten to know each other pretty well over the course of the last 3 years in the district. And for better or worse, we have days that we agree and we have days that we disagree. So I will go on record to say that we do push-pull each other. I think we do a pretty good job of that, to take each other to task. So, and I think that has to continue. It's just part of the expectation that Becky's known that I've gone to her to say, okay, and I usually start with just breathe.
That's when I know we're in trouble.
Then she knows something's coming, but she knows that's my tagline when I start with, okay, just breathe and let's have this conversation, and then help me figure out, because this is what I see. We could do this, this, or this to better meet the needs of the kids. So what do you think? And then we try to sit there and problem solve it. And then typically it goes to cabinet and the rest of leadership. But we do have that relationship. And I think that the partnership that Becky and I have to have is equally as important as the relationship we have with the board, because we have to function with each other. And I think it's worthy of the conversation. So we're committed. We've kind of pushed each other behind the scenes to have the discussion. Okay, Michael, things are different now. You're in the superintendent's seat. So, You know, this is what you used to get to impact. This is now the bigger picture. So she helps give me that yin and the yang. So we balance each other pretty well, but she does push. So just probably from her perspective, equally as much as I push. So.
I can attest to that also. How about,
If I can say though, I will say to date, I always go to the positive intent when board members are asking specific questions. When Paul called and asked about pizza because he was on the ohiocheckbook.com site, I always think that it's really just them calling because they want to learn. They want to understand. I never take it as they're trying to get me or,
Yes.
I think as long as we feel like,
Presume positive intention.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That there's a greater good as to why we're doing it. And I think that's the important piece, going back to Paul's point, that from January to where you are now, just from my perspective, you're not the same board. So, yeah, I mean, I'll just be honest and say that you're not, because I watched the org meeting recently.
That was good fun.
And I did. And I mean, but now you can laugh about it, but look at what you've actually accomplished in that time frame to
What
basically.
compelled you to go
Weren't you
back
there?
and watch?
I had to learn more about all of you.
Oh
So,
my
I do my homework. So that was one of the things that I had an opportunity to have access to.
well, when I look at letter B, norms of behavior and interaction, again, I've sat here now for 3, 4, 5 hours and you are functioning in a very positive way. I mean, there's been great conversation.
Next.
Unless anybody has something to,
Next.
okay. And again, communication protocols,
This is really for my benefit
Yeah.
as well. So let me jump in.
Yes,
because I
go
can
right ahead.
help.
Wait, did you want
Oh, I'm
to?
No, I was just going to acknowledge, no, there's storming, norming, and performing, and we're performing now.
yes.
We've gone through the cycles of change.
Yep.
So for communication.
Morning.
Oh
And
my
more.
God.
Yeah, it's all good.
I should have stuck with next.
So communication protocols, this was ultimately a conversation I had with Laura. So we just need to know, because I asked Becky if she could give me insight into your preferences. So I need to understand from your perspective what works best for you for communication. So, and the examples that I just put on here were email, because some people like email, some people don't like email. Some people read email religiously, other people, it's just a nuisance. So we just need to know for each of you, what is your preferred method of communication as an individual versus what's the board communication going to be. An example could be the email to the board, a weekly memo to the board, or the voicemail box. So did you use the voicemail box for those of you that don't like email or don't want the memo to read? So you have a district voicemail box that's set up for the board that I or Becky can leave a message in, and all of you would hear the exact same message. So you actually access a voicemail box that's assigned to the board.
Do we have to do something to access
You
it?
have to call the phone number.
Do we get a notification that there's a message waiting for us?
Well, we'll work through all of that. So if that's one of the things that you'd like to happen, I need to know if that's a preferred method, and then we would determine how it's used. So there can be a weekly summary memo. There can be a board memo specifically related to the board agenda. Do you want an email on a weekly basis to give you some highlights of things going on in the school district? What's nice to have, need to know. Because everybody's different. So some people want more information than others. Some want just a truncated bullet list. Some want a paragraph on a topic. Some want me to pick up the phone and call you. And that just becomes time consuming. So I have to understand, to meet your needs, what specifically we should be doing to help facilitate that for you.
Well, I think we should all get the same information. I think, if somebody wants more detail, we should probably all get the same level of detail on something. But I'm actually okay with any of it. So if you have a preference, like you'd rather leave it in a voicemail box that we all call into, and then we follow up if we have further questions. Or if email's easier for you, I want to keep it easy for you.
Yeah, email is probably best for me, but if there's sometimes it's helpful just to leave a voice message, as long as there's a notification and I know to check it,
Right.
that would be fine, but to expect me to periodically check it,
No, you would have
that's
to be
not gonna
notified that
happen.
there's a message.
You
Even
could
if I
text
send
us
you a
with-
text
yeah.
message to check your voicemail, we would come up with a way to do
As
it.
long as there's a notification. And then more generally for me, but this would be different for everybody, I operate by exception, which is don't tell me all the routine stuff that's happening all the time, because it's routine stuff that's happening all the time. I want to know the stuff that is non-routine, that falls into the category of this is really cool or no surprises. Everything else is your job, your responsibility, and
Less is more.
for me, less is more.
That's why we're asking.
Yeah, I think to that point, I mean, again, being new, I haven't been on the board for 9 years, there are still questions I might ask or have asked because it may look not routine to me. So knowing proactively from you that there's something on the agenda that's not routine, or Becky, is helpful, because then I still may call with something else that doesn't look routine to me, but I at least have a sense that here's the big 3 or 4 issues on this agenda, and how do we find some time to talk about it if we need to.
Ultimately, if you send it, I'm going to read it. If it starts getting to be multiple pages, maybe not, but if you send it, I'll read it.
Mine's never multiple pages, so. It's not.
I prefer to receive it in writing because I.
She has files.
Yeah.
Solar
Just
file.
piles on us.
It's helpful to me, like, to be able to keep track of things over time. However, if something is breaking, I really appreciate a text message. Just, this is going on, and
Everyone texts. I mean, it's an obvious question, but can
Yeah.
I just ask the question? Everyone does use their text, correct? Okay. All right. That's helpful.
And just so everybody knows, you can't reply on text.
No,
Not to all.
can't have a group conversation.
Or email.
All
No
right.
email either, because then it's basically
Well, you
constituting
can.
for business.
Just to one person.
Yeah, you can't reply all.
Don't hit reply all.
Yeah, you cannot do reply all.
And no BCCs, please.
yeah.
Those are bad practice, period.
Email, and I won't respond.
No
I
kidding.
never do.
I could.
I can attest to that
Crickets, silence.
So if you
Let
don't
there be
respond, it's
silence.
good. Golden?
Well,
He'll call if he has a question.
if I have a question, I'll call.
He will
But
call.
I don't respond to email, but I'd like to get them.
But if we ask a question in the email, you still
I
won't
like to be
respond?
invited to parties.
You
I don't RSVP.
I don't come.
He won't reply to the email. He will call.
I gotcha.
Oh, I stayed away from that one.
Gotcha.
He will call.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is that everyone? How about the agenda format?
That was my other question.
Creation
So
review.
historically in the district, the board agenda's been prepped, and then there's been a board prep meeting. So prior to the agenda going public, 1 or 2 board members have historically come in to meet with April and other administrators from cabinet to go through the agenda to see what additional questions you might have when you think about it from a board perspective before it goes public. So Laura of late has been the one that has come to the majority of those meetings. And then Debbie, I know you've been to some, John, you've been to some, and I don't know that I've ever been at one where Paul or Phil was the representative. I might not have been there if you have been in, but so those get scheduled. Typically it's the week before the agenda is going to go out. It's the week of the agenda before it goes public. Is that still the will of the board? Do you want that type of a meeting to happen? Is there going to be mutual participation, or is it basically Laura as the board president? I just need to know if we need to schedule it, because they're not in the calendar right now because they were in April's calendar. So I said we would wait till the retreat to ask the question. You get the agenda draft on the Wednesday, it goes public on Friday. So normally the Monday or Tuesday before you get it, there's a meeting with 1 or 2 board members. It's historically what's happened.
Has there been a follow-up then to the other board members saying this was added to the agenda?
No. It just
It just
comes
shows up on
out,
the
it shows up on Wednesday when you
You'd
get
have to-
it.
Because it's, I mean, nothing, I shouldn't say nothing is ever added, but
Some things could get reordered. There could be some
That's about
things
all that
rearranged. It's a
happens.
formatting type thing, but the agenda items, they're typically just a review with a board member to see, okay, are there any questions you would anticipate people will ask? And then that would get incorporated into the board memo by April when she would send it out to focus on a specific agenda item. And it's because Laura asked a question about it. So then it became, okay, from my perspective, this might be one I wondered about. So, or this doesn't look normal. Can you explain this? So that was like the tip off that happened. And then it would be included in your memo.
This is the Wednesday before the Monday meetings,
It would
meetings happen?
normally be somewhere Monday, Tuesday, if possible, because that goes to you on Wednesday. So it generally happened the Monday or Tuesday of agenda week release is where it was in the calendar.
Do you find it helpful to have these meetings?
It depends on the agenda, to be honest with you, because some of them, it would be just as simple to send Laura and just that here's the agenda. It's all boilerplate. There's nothing out of the norm on here. It's all
Yeah.
personnel action or there's donations. There's no policy work on it. So then it becomes almost a perfunctory meeting.
Right.
So sometimes yes, sometimes no, to be honest with you.
What do you think, Laura?
Usually, I mean, well, you've been to enough of them to know that usually the agenda is already prepared and it's in front of us and maybe we'll catch some typos or something, but we don't normally, I mean, I can't ever think of a time that we added anything to the agenda.
No.
So, because we all have the ability to make that happen if there's something that any of us want
Right.
to see happen. So it's not critical, I would say, and it is one more meeting for you.
Are there timelines that have to be followed here? Is there a reason it comes to us on Wednesday before it goes out Friday?
We give it to the board as a draft. That was one of the requests that you had in your retreat, that
I
you
mean-
wanted it before it went public,
Right.
so that you could actually get to see the agenda
You're
before it's
getting at,
posted
could we see it
publicly.
earlier?
Yeah, so why don't you
Yeah.
just send it to us on Tuesday?
Yeah,
Instead of
maybe
having
give us a
that
little more
meeting.
time with it.
Because we hold it until that meeting happens,
Yeah.
then send it to you.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
just send it
That's
to
what
us.
happened.
Yeah,
Because it's done, but it doesn't go out because we wait for this meeting.
right.
I'll let you decide if you want to keep having the meeting. I feel no compulsion to participate in said meeting as long as I get a copy of the agenda 2 to 3 days
I mean, did you
before the
find them
meeting.
valuable?
Just personally, I did because I was like, oh, okay, I'm ready for the meeting now. But,
Because we
You know
taught
what
the
I mean.
agenda.
'Cause-
Yeah.
yeah, because we walked through the whole thing. But otherwise, I don't
Then
think.
she didn't have to read the memo.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. But no, I would say we don't need to do it.
That's what we were trying to find out.
As far as communication from the board, is that on here?
Oh, but we could do that.
Yeah, no, it's not, but we could,
I just, I don't want to get into a big, long discussion, but we have talked about having a board, not a web page, but a,
Website?
Yeah.
No?
a box on the district website of, from the board,
questions to the board, you mean, on the,
more information from the board.
oh,
So that we are actively communicating with the community as a board on the things we're doing, rather than just have it be in the minutes of meetings and
Video.
video and that kind of stuff, that there's actually a place where we put the things that we think are important for the community to know, in addition to the things that are happening in the meetings. So we talked about that before, and I just didn't know if that was something that,
We can create it because it exists. If you go to our current website, using it as an example, like the 100-day plan is on the box. It's very easy for people to find. They don't have to go to department or for the district and drill down to the superintendent page. It's just a box placeholder on the main page that you can click, and it takes you to the same information. You're just getting there in a shortcut. But we can do
we
something.
just talked, I mean.
Yeah, I think it's the 100-day plan. That's clearly from you. I think over the course of years, there's been things I've gotten like, is this from the superintendent? Is this from the board? Is this from the district? And how do, sometimes that's important who.
That's fine. We can create that. I have one other question back to the agenda. Becky and I've talked, just because of our prior lives or experiences in other places. How married are you to the current agenda template? If we would make some suggestions to revise it, is there any major heartburn amongst board members? Because we're going to come up with a couple different ideas and then share them with you to see what you thought of a revised agenda, because this agenda frustrates the two of us for several reasons. We would like to see it change.
Even though nobody I know actually says tomato, this falls into a tomato question, and I could not care less, personally.
Not having, what is it that just functionally it doesn't work, or?
The format, it's perfunctory because of the way the template's set up, and it's laborious to try to get everything to do what it's supposed to do. So if it was updated to use actually current tools, it would be much easier to facilitate
a
to generate.
technology issue of word processing?
It's a word processing kind of thing, and it might change the look of it a little bit. The content's the content. Do you really care how it
No.
exactly looks?
No. Like, no, can we say this any
I
stronger?
thought you meant like,
Right?
there's a way to make it.
It's a format.
Okay.
So, but again, this is the way it's been, so we need to ask.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a good place to-
Because someone might ask you, why did you change the board?
Maybe this is a
agenda?
good opportunity to say that just because this is the way it's been done doesn't mean this
mean
is
it
the way
has
it's going to be done.
That way. Okay.
That should be the mantra for
We
everything.
just want to ask the question because
Right.
it's your agenda.
That's right, if you like it.
Oh, brother.
Is that it? Okay.
Okay.
Laura, are we good? As far as,
Well, I think that, I mean, certainly the statement of purpose has been sort of the central theme of
Yes.
the
Yep.
day, so we
and you've got a
covered
great
that.
start on your
We do
district
have
goals.
a great start on the district goals, and you know, once Michael has a chance to think about things, and once we see your list of.
I can send that CIP to,
Then
Send it to
I
us.
think
Yep.
it's, that we are gonna, you know, it will be very valuable to come back and then actually,
do you have a work
Define our
schedule on
measures.
the calendar?
yeah, we have one every month.
Okay,
So-
okay,
This
Yep.
month was the exception.
okay, all right.
So,
Got a break.
and then once we get that done, then the board will have some work to do with Michael and with Becky, just in terms of then taking the district goals down to the goals for the superintendent and goals for the treasurer. So I think this, in my opinion, has been a really productive
Mhm.
6 hours.
Who knew?
Wow.
6 hours and 25 minutes.
Oh, really?
It's a 5 hours.
Just wanted to see if you would look at your watch.
Still alive over here.
Anybody have anything to add for the good of the order?
You have to do the.
We have
action.
We have to go through, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then let's go back here to public participation. Do we have anyone who signed up to speak to us this evening? All righty, then let's cover our consent agenda items. And so I would like to entertain a motion for superintendent's items for action A1 and 2.
So moved.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you very much. Anything else to add, Mr. Sawyers? I think you addressed it.
I addressed it at the
meeting.
introduction. If there's any additional questions, I can answer them.
Hearing none, could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Kalinowski?
Yes.
Mr. Darrow?
Yes.
Mr. Newmoff?
Yes.
Mr. Cullen?
Yes.
President Kohler?
Yes. And now the only thing left to do is adjourn. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second, boy, for fighting over.
We're on it. We're on it.
We're out of here.
They're in mode
Becky,
now.
could we have a roll call? please?
Ms. Kalinowski?
Yes.
Mr. Newmoff?
Yes.
Mr. Darrow?
Yes.
Mr. McCullen? President Kohler?
Yes, that motion carries. Thanks so much, you guys. for-
Great job,
Thank you.
everyone.
Yes, thank you for facilitating.